About the author, NATUKWASA LINDON is a motivational author and speaker, international motivational lecturer, life and business coach, an entrepreneur and founder, Cedar Group, also a businessman. He studied Bachelor of Information Systems from Makerere University, Kampala. He's dedicated, facilitate, and fuel up excellent performance from individual level, organizational level, to global level. He successfully published his books, starting with Stick to Dreams in April 2015 and launching his motivational platform in September 2014. Having a curious, creative, and inquisitive analytical mind, NATUKWASA LINDON has given a lifetime sacrifice to assist every person get an answer to life's penetrating questions. Why are we alive? What is humankind's purpose and destiny? He believes that every person has a purpose to why God created him. What do I need to know as a student in my career and life? Motivational lessons for students to help them succeed in school, job, and life by NATUKWASA LINDON. This is an illustrated book. Life has two choices: live it or waste it. Design and typography, Cedar Technologies, Uganda, Kampala. Telephone +256 752 038341 or +256 783 554841. Email cedartechug@gmail.com. Published by Cedar Publishing and Cedar Motivational Services, Kampala, Uganda. Copyright NATUKWASA LINDON 2016. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission from the author. Any counterfeit of this book will strictly lead to courts of law. Contents: Dedication. Preface. Chapter 1. Motivational lessons for success. What story will you tell your future? What is the difference between a human and an animal? A simple way to wisdom. The unlimited capital that every person has. Quiz 1. The miracle of goals. 7-step goal setting sheet. The idea about how to get things done. Time management. Paradigm. Quiz 2. Are boys better than girls? Our selection, our luck. Chapter 2. How to overcome failure in our academics. You must avoid human comfort zone. What you need to know about tomorrow as a student. The 2-minute warning. Students, you have to learn to be happy with what you have. Students face two choices. How far should a student reach? Self-neglect intensifies future challenges while still in school. We all face whatever we pass through. Do you often check your results? We do not pursue success. We attract it. How to design a better future for students. What attitude do you carry in your life? The ratio of activity to rest for a student. The danger in seeking shortcuts to success. Change begins with choice. How can I decide to plan as a student? Do you know how to measure your results? Better results come from being a better person. Wherever you are, be there. Do you know your worth? Chapter 3. Identifying and nurturing dreams and talents in students and the youth. Learning how to work smart, not just hard. 2 inventions that made Europe rich. Printing press by Gutenberg. The mechanical clock. The aims of education. Meeting employers' expectations. Begin everything with the end in mind. Quiz 3. Chapter 4. How technology is changing students. Get connected early. The smartphone. How technology has affected student values. Time, a precious commodity to students. Community and relationships. Is integrity lost while using technology by students? Images from the media. What students see is what they will become. Advantages of technology to students. Impact of technology on students. What you should know about sex and alcohol. Students, warning on smoking, alcohol and drugs. 10 tips for alcohol and drug prevention for students and youth. What if I am addicted to pornography? How should internet pornography be addressed in students? What you can do. How to avoid pornography. Chapter 5. Prayer and discipline. The threat of indecent dressing in the youth, schools and universities. Conquering and preventing the spread of AIDS in schools. Chapter 6. On being a focused student with a bright future. Keep a personal journal. Read all the books. Become a good observer. Become a good listener. Examining our current drift. Life is not a practice session. We must admit and accept life to touch us. Addressing unemployment to the youth and students. Effects of youth unemployment. Not enough jobs. What skills are important? Causes of unemployment. Effects of unemployment. Solutions to unemployment. The world's top 6 reasons why the youth are still unemployed. The power of starting dreams and talents in the youth and students. My friend, do not die a regretful man. Other books by NATUKWASA LINDON about the author. Preface. As a motivational, inspirational author and speaker, I have written this book for students to teach them that there is no big secret about achieving success in their career and life. Lessons and other tools for success are simple to learn, but it requires hard work and discipline to practice them. Successful people want a good future for themselves and for their children. This is the first step towards success. You need to want it. They know as humans, they have the power to change their future. They are willing to pay a price to get what they want, and they know we all have limitless brain power ready to be used. They set higher goals and work hard to achieve them. Learn how to get things done and manage their time. They do not quit. They trust themselves to get things done and do not just hope for the best. They develop a habit of reading and realize that getting education is the single most important thing they can do to improve their lives and their children's lives. Finally, they know what employers expect from an employee and they practice it while still at school. Aristotle, a Greek philosopher and scientist, quoted that we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Motivational lesson for success. What story will you tell your future? With an illustration. A student boy, I'm a visionary, and an interviewer asks, great, tell me. My story. The other day while speaking at university students in a youth gifts and talents seminar while at Makerere University, Kampala, they asked me to tell them a story. I thought that I could tell them my own story. Here is what I told them. I grew up from deep town in the village in southern western Uganda, Isingiro South District, along Uganda-Tanzania border. I was not that financially stable in my family. I was a herds boy who would graze large herds of cattle while still in my primary school during my weekends and holidays. My neighborhood was free because we were surrounded by farms and gardens of different cash crops. I used to be quite a humble, quiet boy, but short-tempered if someone annoyed me. My parents could afford to send me to school, and my high school education in particular was very good. This is a time when I discovered that I was good in English writing, and comments from my English teachers that my story compositions were very good is what motivated me to become the writer I am today. So, my dear friend, do not minimize what you are best at doing in your classroom today. It is the beginning of your future. I used to graze together with my cousins. We could take the cattle to the river to drink water before we built a dam in our farm. Along River Kagera, we used to swim and had fun, as you also understand the youth curiosity to adventure, swim, and reach far in the deeper waters of the river. We were best swimmers indeed, because we used to cross River Kagera to Tanzania and then swim back to Uganda without any fail, because we were ever arguing, competing between who was the best and the weak. Everyone proved to be the best, and indeed we did our best. One day, as we were resting on the riverbank, one of my cousin brothers went ahead swimming where there were rapids and falls, and the water was running too fast. I guess he wanted to prove the champion in him. He drowned accidentally, and what we did was to cheer him up. Swim, 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 as we shouted on the top of our voices. The boy struggled with the fast running water until slowly by slowly he managed to attach himself to the water hyacinths, and he fell lifelessly as he lay in the sand because he was too tired because of swimming. Our hearts were already on pressure because we were lost of the words to tell our parents in case he drowned for good. On our way back home, we discussed about the matter as he walked humbly, scared of how he was going to lose his life in the river water. That day I was happier celebrating my success because I was the leader of the day. We crossed to Tanzania and came back to Uganda, and I was the first to swim to the river bank. On our crew, we had our elder cousin who was good at provoking his fellows to fight. The way I saw him that day, he was full of envy because I had left him behind in the water swimming battle, and because I was a small boy, I guess he was not happy with his loss to me as his young brother. In the evening, we closed the cattle inside the farm and headed home for the evening tea before we could come back to prepare the calves for milking. My elder brother had 5 dogs, and he told me that if I ever crossed to their home, he will send them and they will bite me to pieces. I immediately told him to try it. Even at that moment, the argument stirred up in our group as I assured him that I was going to tear the mouth of his dogs into pieces. He persisted that his dogs would finish me raw before we headed for the evening tea. We all agreed to try it first. We proceeded to their home. He called out his team of dogs, and we agreed with the rest of our group members to hide in the nearby bushes besides the road. I decided to stand in the middle of the road heading to their home. He sent them to bite me as he backed them from behind. I never ran away. They all came toward me. I stood strong and brave. I targeted the front black dog that was tougher. As it jumped to bite me, I held it in the mouth with my small hands crossed between its jaws and pulled its jaws to opposite sides. I wanted to tear its mouth to pieces. The dog screamed in pain as I dodged its sharp nails side by side. It was trying to scratch my stomach in its defense. The rest of the dogs took off. From that day, whenever I could come to visit my cousin's home, his dogs would see me reach at the gate and decide to run and hide in the banana plantation that was surrounding their home. They would come out after I had left in a longer distance, but they could bark and scare away other people, but not NATUKWASA. From that day, I discovered how brave and courageous I was. Through my primary school, my life was hard and challenging. I experienced various false accusations from people that I was badly behaved and mistreatment. During my O-level, I suffered a lot of stress and frustration, though things were a bit fair. Time came when I joined my advanced level. There was hardly enough pocket money and scholastic materials. It was living life on the edge, survival for the fittest. By the time I completed my advanced level, I had no hopes to join university. Fortunately enough, I performed very well my Uganda Advanced Certificate Education combination. My father sent me on a business trip in transit in South Sudan during my vacation to do business. I have also a passion for transit business. By the time I came back to Uganda, I had been listed in the New Vision Daily newspaper in few months after applying to the university, and managed to be admitted in my dream course, which I set while still in senior 2 in high school, Bachelor of Information Systems, Makerere University. I was not well sure where I would get the university tuition from, but I had to move forward in faith, and since I already knew who I was inside of me, by the time I was in my second year in 2014, I was already employed by an international company housed in our College of Computing, Makerere University, Kampala, Global Business Labs, Uganda, which is an acceleration lab from Stockholm, Sweden. This is all because I was a determined, enthusiastic youth who had a vision ahead for my life, looking out for all possible opportunities around me. By September 2014, I launched my faith-based organization, Power Seminars Uganda International, which is CEDA Motivationals. Today, I also run CEDA Technologies startup. By that time, it was Technova Systems Uganda. I have also published over 10 books, still counting. Deliberately, I am running various responsibilities as a computer technician, a motivational speaker, and an author. Successfully, I have managed to raise enough money, support myself and my family, ready prepared, thriving to my future. It does not matter how hard your journey may be, but if you have a story to tell, it will always encourage you to face the future courageously, and you'll always be a winner. The story of defeating dogs has helped me discover my courage and braveness. I've managed to confront many challenges in my life. By this time, I would be no one if I had decided to bow down to my past challenges. But I decided to keep stronger, disciplined as a young growing student, that I have made it a person I am proud of today, as a role model to many people and an inspiration to the society. I am not different from you, my friend. I have passed wherever you are now and faced all the hardest challenges you are passing through. But it has not stopped me from achieving my dreams. I assure you that you have the same ability to achieve whatever dream you have dreamt of. Stop that self-pity and negativity in your life, but instead move out of your comfort zone and do positive things that count in your life. Please let go and let God. What story will you tell your future about yourself? What is the difference between a human and an animal? People usually think that the main difference between a human and an animal is our brain, since it sets humans apart as the more intelligent species. This is true, but dolphins, whales, and chimpanzees are also very intelligent. It is a fact that scientists have trained animals to perform not only different tasks but also basic mathematical functions. Perhaps a trained chimpanzee that can perform basic mathematical functions is more intelligent than a human who has never used his brain. You may be surprised to know that whales can communicate with each other at distances of up to 500 miles. They can also sing a song together, stop the song in the middle while they travel, and then come back and start the song from the same point. If whales can accomplish such a feat, then they may be at least as intelligent as many humans. So what is the difference between a human and an animal? Howard H. Stevenson has answered it in his book Do Lunch or Be Lunch. The main difference between a human and an animal is that a human can change his future and an animal cannot. I agree with him wholeheartedly. For millions of years, animals have been living without changing their conditions. When things get bad, they usually adapt to their environments. migrate to other areas, or just die. So we have to remember that as human beings, we have the ability to change circumstances. No matter how bad they seem to be, our future depends only on ourselves. A simple way to wisdom. Once upon a time, a king told his men to search for a simple way through which people could learn wisdom. The king's men scattered around the world to find it. After years of searching, they had gathered thousands of books that taught wisdom to people. But when the king looked at the large mound of books, he said, "It would take a whole lifetime to read these books. I need something much simpler than this." So the king's men selected the top 100 books, but still he was not satisfied. They then narrowed it down to 10 books, but the king was still not satisfied. Finally, a single book was selected. Again, the king asked them to narrow it down first to a chapter, then to a page, then to a paragraph, and at last to just one sentence. For a long time, the men searched for the single sentence of wisdom that would satisfy the king. The sentence they finally chose was this: "There is no free lunch." It means that you must pay a price to get what you want in this world. I first read this story about a few years ago, and since then I have thought about it many times. It rings true to me, and I believe that if people can just understand this single sentence, they can learn wisdom. There is nothing free in this world. We have to work hard and pay a price to get what we want. If we try to get something for free or hope for free things, we are just fooling ourselves. It has been proven many times that people can get anything that they strive for if they are willing to pay the price for it. My friend, there is no free lunch. You must work hard and pay a price to get what you want in this world. The unlimited capital that every person has. When people want to start a business, their first step is to look at how much capital they have. Then they consider the abilities they have that will help them succeed. The good news is that every person in this world is born with so much capital that even if they are only able to use 10% of it, there will be a sure success. So why didn't they all succeed? To understand, we need to just what this capital is and how can we use it. This capital is human brain. The human brain. If one tried to build a supercomputer that could do the same things a human brain does, it would probably cost untold millions of dollars. The human brain is the most complicated entity in the universe. It has 1,000 billion neurons or nerve cells, and there are hundreds of thousands chemical reactions taking place there every minute. Every nerve cell can interact with hundreds of thousands of other nerve cells in different ways. This means that your brain is able to generate far more thoughts than there are atoms in the entire universe. If you want to understand the tremendous power of the brain, look at how a child learns to speak a human language in a very short time. Almost all children learn to speak before the age of 3. Think about it. When you are born, you do not know what place this is, what the things that are around you, or what are all the noises mean, but in the short time from birth until the age of 3, you get familiar with your surroundings. You learn that there are different words and in the sentence, I love you so much, and you learn what their meaning is. Before you were 3, you not only start understand the language, you also start to be able to speak it. As time goes on, people have invented things as radio, airplane, television, computer, and the internet. Things that seemed impossible but were made possible just by using their brain power. It has been estimated that no one in this world, not even famous scientists, ever uses more than 10% of his or her full brain power, and that the average person does not even use 1% of his brain power. We have now estimated the abilities of our brains. Now the question is, can we use this great power? We will learn this in the next lesson. Quiz 1. Question 1. The difference between a human and an animal is A. Humans are more intelligent than animals. B. A human can change his or her future and an animal cannot. C. Humans can learn new skills but animals cannot. D. Humans can think but animals cannot. Question 2. There is no free lunch means A. You cannot get lunch free. B. You need to earn money. C. You need to pay a price to get anything you want in life. D. You need to get an education. Question 3. Most people use only dash or less of their brain's power. A. 10%. B. 33%. C. 50%. D. 90%. Question 4. A supercomputer that is as powerful as the human brain would cost about dash to build. A. $100 million. B. $300 million. C. $500 million. D. Untold millions. The miracle of goals. The first step to optimize the abilities of the human brain is to learn to focus. This means using all of your brain power to solve a problem. It sounds difficult, but there is an easy way to focus by setting goals. For example, if your annual income is 10 million Ugandan shillings, you can set a goal of increasing your income to 30 million Ugandan shillings within 2 years. If you are a firm in your intention and ready to work hard to achieve your goal, then you will definitely increase your income to 30 million Ugandan shillings within 2 years. How will you do this? The first step is to sit down and think of all the resources that can help you achieve your goal. Perhaps you need to get more training or to change your profession. You can start by collecting information from people who are earning 10 million Ugandan shillings annually. You could collect information about different professions to find out how they can improve your earning power. If you have a business, you should think about ways to increase your sales. If you were unable to increase your sales in your present location, then perhaps you should think about opening another site. You have to think about your goal all the time and think of all the possible ways to reach it. Many people, for example, most students in a university have some goals, but most of them, beyond identifying that they want to be doctors or professors or an attorney or whatever, really do not do that much towards goal setting for a long-term success. You have to take proper steps to get productive results, as mentioned below. 1. Identify exactly what you want. 2. Write it down. 3. Spell out why you want to reach these goals. 4. Think about the obstacles you will have to overcome to reach your goals. 5. Identify the people, the goods, and the organizations you need to work with to reach your goals. 6. Identify what you need to know or learn to reach your goals. 7. And finally, set a date when you expect to reach your goals. People who set goals for long-term success and take all the steps needed to achieve their goals achieve much more financial and career success than people that do not set goals, even if they have the same educational background. Now, let me show you how I started facilitating my motivational seminar lectures in my own lecture room at university and achieved my goals. In July 2013, I received a vision to become a world-leading motivational speaker and a great writer. I had to sit down and do research about motivational materials and writers. Because I had a writing background, it was easy for me to go on with the vision. I sat down and listened to all motivational tapes and read all books about motivating people and the mission and goals. I got all writing and research materials from all libraries and invested all my time into my new profession as a motivational speaker and a writer. I could spend over 12 hours in my bedroom writing my vision and how, where, who will help me to launch it in order to see it come to reality. I could spend over 12 hours in my bedroom writing my vision and how, where, who will help me to launch it in order to see it come to reality. It took me 1 year and 2 months of serious concentration and prayer. I invested in every kind of finance that I had in my pocket, though I was still depending on my parents, so I could get the money for transport and lunch to the university, and decided to walk on feet on some distances but save the money for research material. After 1 year and 2 months, it was September 2014 when I finalized everything, long before I could wake up at night and practice speaking to audiences and to motivate and inspire them when the rest of my family members were asleep. For me, I was busy rehearsing my dream because I knew that my calling had come. So there was no need to wait. The next semester began at university. I hurriedly checked out the class timetable in the first week. Fortunately, I found out Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. was favorable for me. I got little money which I could save for my transport and lunch and printed out posters and free tickets to students. I passed around alone, sensitizing students about the new motivational power seminars ready to change their lives. Some rejected my idea and some attended. I also used to talk about it with my closer friends. It was 16th September 2014 when I launched my faith-based organization, Power Seminars Uganda International. In my lecture room at College of Computing and Information Sciences, Makerere University, to motivate, inspire, and change lives through motivational and inspirational speaking and publishing. It was my first platform appearance as a motivational speaker. Many students looked at me as a crazy person and instead avoided my company. I had to keep standing with my goals and God. But I never minded about the negative words people told me. Instead, whenever they could discourage me, I would become stronger in what I was doing. My audience grew from 20 people and it increased. By 1 year, I had reached over 1,000 students and people. It is a tremendous start for me. It is a tremendous start for me that I will never give up. All the friends who had ran away from me came back to support me because my idea was so powerful and life-changing. I give glory to God. I am now a fully established, well-built, motivational speaker and writer, working in my purpose, and nothing can shake me while doing my work. I have now published over 10 books, still counting, made money as well, brought light in people's lives, and the testimonies I carry are endless. From then on, every year I set goals and achieve them. This has let me establish multi-million-dollar ideas, which I'm sure that I'll achieve doubtlessly. Let me tell you that all of this did not happen due to luck. I worked very hard to achieve my goals. During my first month of my business, I limited watching TV, read film newspapers. I could hardly listen to the radio. I worked 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, but I did read business, wisdom, motivational, spiritual books, more. So the Bible was best book in history and forever it will be. Prayer was my daily meal. I also listened to motivational audiobooks while writing books. If you can also focus like this, you can surely achieve your goals. To set and achieve them, you should always keep the following points in mind. 1. Set a goal that is realistic, one that you can reasonably achieve. For example, if you're earning 10 million Ugandan shillings annually, then a goal of earning 30 million Ugandan shillings in 2 years from now is realistic. But achieving your goal only in 6 months may not be realistic. Point number 2. Your goal must also be very clear. For example, it is not enough to say that you would like to increase your income in the future. You should have an actual figure in mind. For example, decide that you would like to increase your income by 30 million Uganda shillings in 2 years. 7-step goal setting sheet. Please complete this 7-step goal setting sheet for your career and educational goals. Step 1 and 2. Know what your goal is and write it down. Example: I want to learn skills and other qualities needed to obtain a job as the network administrator or technical support specialist, nurse, teacher. Step 3. Benefits of reaching this goal. Please write down 3 to 5 benefits and be clear why you would want to achieve this goal. Example: I want to make more money and have a better career. I want to get education and career so my children will do the same thing. I want to help people who are needy so that my life has a better purpose. Fill that gap. Step 4. Major obstacles to overcome to reach this goal. Once you identify any obstacles or problems, you can think about solutions. Fill this gap. Step 5. Identify people, family, friends, and mentors, and organizations that can help you to achieve your goal. Fill the gap. Step 6. What do you need to know or learn to reach your goal? In brackets, plan the actions to reach your goal. How you will be studying, number of hours per day, per week, methods of studying, making flashcards, making notes, hands-on practice, recording, etc. Fill the gap. Step 7. Completion date dash. Without a deadline, your goal is just a dream. I am committed to do whatever it takes to make a better life for myself and for my family. Write your name and dates. The idea about how to get things done. People often set their goals but are then unable to focus on getting them done. In life, there are many things that can create obstacles, but there are also ways to overcome them. Let me tell you a simple idea that helped an employee and his company to become very rich. Many years ago, when Bethlehem still was a small startup and coming factory, a young management consultant named Sarah visited Charles Bryan, a manager at the steel plant. Bryan later became the first man in history to earn a salary of $1 million a year. Obviously, Andrew Carnegie, founder of the company, liked Bryan's ability to get things done. Sarah said that he could help Bryan find better ways to do the things that were necessary to make the company a success. Bryan told him that they already knew how to make steel and knew what needed to be done, but he added they were not getting those things done. Show me how to do the things we ought to be doing, Bryan challenged, and we will pay you whatever you want. Sarah said that he could do that in 20 minutes. He even offered to let Bryan use the system and then pay Sarah whatever the steel company executive thought it was worth, if anything. Bryan was impressed with Sarah's confidence and told him to proceed. Sarah handed Bryan a piece of paper and said, "Write down the things you have to do tomorrow." Bryan did as instructed. "Now number these items in order of importance." Sarah continued. Bryan did that. Then Sarah gave Bryan his instructions. "First thing tomorrow morning, start working on number 1 and stay with it until it's completed. Next, take number 2 and do not go any further until that is completed. Then proceed to number 3 and so on. If you cannot complete everything on the schedule, do not worry. At least you will have taken care of the most important things before getting distracted by the items of lesser consequence." Sarah said that if Bryan completed every item on the list before the day was done, he should make a new list and start on that. Or if any items were left at the end of the day, they could be considered for the next day's list. The secret, Sarah continued, is to do this daily. Evaluate the relative importance of the things you have to get done. Establish your priorities. Record your plan of action and stick to it. Test it for as long as you like and then send me a check for whatever you think it is worth it. In a few weeks, Cheryl's brand sent Sarah a check for $25,000. This was a big money. In the 1930s, Brian reportedly told his associates that this was the single most valuable idea he had ever received. Therefore, we must learn to focus and lock ourselves into one goal until we see the desired results. Time management. Managing your time. Friends plus family, hobbies plus interest, physical fitness, job searching, sleep, class, coursework, working, more coursework, clubs and activities, plus social media bonus, etc. If time was an exam to manage and earn good marks, it would have been the most poorly performed exam in the past generations. In the history of examinations, using your time effectively is essential for success. Successful people understand that time is unique and irreplaceable resource. It cannot be stored, and the time that is gone will never come back. Every person gets the same amount of time, 24 hours per day, but successful people get a lot more done within this time than most people. To effectively manage your time, you need to follow these 3-step processes. Record your time, manage your time, and consolidate your time. First step is to record or log your minute time use to find out where it actually goes. By recording time, you can identify time wasters that include people and unproductive activities, and better manage your time. Identify and eliminate the things that need not to be done, the things that do not contribute toward your goals. To finish important tasks, you also need to set aside large chunks of time when there are no interruptions and your energy level is high. I usually get most of my work done between 5 a.m. and 11 p.m. when my energy level is high and there are no interruptions. I take a nap during daytime to recharge myself when I need to work late. I also work in the morning for a few hours before going to office, or take a day off sometimes and work at home where I do not have interruptions with many appointments to get things done. Setting goals and then achieving them is not such a complicated task. Anyone who is willing to work hard can achieve his goals. However, people often feel they have to work too hard to achieve their goals, or they are not motivated enough to set more goals after they achieve the first ones. Is there a way by which goal setting can become a part of your nature so that you can work hard to achieve your goals without feeling it? Yes, there is a simple way that we will learn about in our next lesson. Please, do you want to succeed beyond your current success? Stop wasting time. Value your millisecond, your second, your minute, your hour, your day, your week, your month, your year, and your lifetime. Time is part of creation, and therefore it carries a higher value toward achieving your goals excellently than anything else. Achieving balance in good time management involves getting a balance in all important aspects of your life, study, leisure, part-time work, and your relationships. Paradigm. A major change or improvement comes in someone's life when he understands his paradigm and changes it. Paradigm is defined as the generally accepted perspective of a particular discipline at a given time. You can change your life without changing your paradigm. You can change your attitude. You can make yourself a hard-working person. You can set your goals and achieve them. But to bring a major change in your life, you need to change your paradigm. Now the question is, what is a paradigm? The way you see this world is your paradigm. It is your worldview, and it comes out of your frame of reference. Everyone has a different frame of reference. To understand the frame of reference, consider the following story. In a small American Indian village, people were shown pictures of the Empire State Building as evidence of the great advancements civilization has made. The first question that the Indians asked was, how many sheep does it hold? They asked the question because that was the frame of reference that came out of their experience. What is your paradigm? How do you see this world and yourself? Do you think of yourself as a victim of circumstances? Do you think that whatever the conditions are, you have to live with them because they cannot be changed? Or do you see yourself as someone who is determined to change your circumstances for better? Who will get the best out of life and who will do a world-class job in whatever you do? People learn their paradigms from others and they reinforce them with the help of others. Your paradigm is created and changed by your education, friends, and the books you read. Whatever your paradigm is, it will shape your circumstances. In most cases, a person is responsible for whatever happens to him. To accept responsibility for your conditions and circumstances is one of the first signs of adulthood. Quiz 2. Question 1. To tap into the unlimited power of your brain, you need to select 2. A. Get education. B. Learn how to focus. C. Work in a good company. D. Learn how to use a computer. Question 2. Focus on your goals and get the most important things done. A. Create a list of things you need to do that day. Put them in order of importance and work on the first item and do not do anything else until it is done. Then work on the next item and so on. B. Set realistic goals. C. Create a list of things you need to do that day and only work on those things. Do not do anything else. D. Prioritize things you need to do every day. Question 3. To bring a major change in your life, you need to A. Set goals and achieve them. B. Learn how to use your brain power. C. Get a good education. D. Change your paradigm. Question 4. The best way to change your attitude and behavior is to set goals and achieve them. That is A. B. Learn how to focus. C. Get a good education. D. Change your paradigm. Question 5. By getting an education, you are changing the dash of your children. A. Lives. B. Paradigm. C. Attitude and behavior. D. Education. Here is a quote by NATUKWASA LINDON, Ugandan motivational author and speaker. Do not sacrifice your credibility and trust for short-term gain. It is not worth it. Are boys better than girls? This part is specifically written for girl students in schools of developing countries. Most of them think that they are somehow inferior to boys and they do not pursue professional careers. There are three factors that may lead to the conclusion that girls are better than boys. 1. In ancient times, when boys spent all their time hunting for food, girls discovered agriculture. Girls explored soil fertility and grew crops. Agriculture made it possible to grow a surplus of food, freeing humanity to take the time to think and to become civilized. So we can say that girls helped to make the human race civilized and distinguished us from animals. Number 2, at the age of 2 or 3, girls are smarter than boys of the same age. Girls begin to learn early and mature at an earlier age. After that, our male-dominated society appears to suppress a girl's development. Number 3, in the USA, women live an average of 7 years longer than men. This is probably because a woman's body becomes stronger by going through hormonal changes, monthly menses, and childbearing. Today, it seems that men are much more visible and successful in the corporate world. The reason for this may be that because sheer physical strength was very important in primitive times, men were able to establish their lead and never gave it up. But one can no longer succeed based on physical strength alone. Now, whoever uses their brain power, boy or girl, will succeed and lead. Here, I would also like to mention that, according to research, there is no difference in the intelligence of boys and girls. If you analyze the intelligence of boys, you will find that they are mostly bunched at the high and low ends of the intelligent quotient IQ scale, with not many in the middle. In contrast, most girls are found to be around the middle. This means that intelligence is more evenly divided among girls. The average intelligence of girls is the same as the average intelligence of boys. A girl may not be better than a boy, but she is certainly not inferior. I think the time has come for girls to reclaim their heritage and prove to the world that they can be as useful and successful as boys financially, economically, and professionally. Many Western women have done it. It is now time for Eastern and minority women to do the same. I have brought up this topic because during my campaign in my motivational seminars, empowering youth to nurture and develop their dreams and talents, I have seen few motivated girls and women compared to boys and men in the entrepreneurship and development skills. Girls, there are few entrepreneurs, and therefore you must come up and cooperate with us boys, because our different genders have different ideas in that when combined together can lead to the development of our country and the whole world. Our selection, our luck. This world has seen examples of great cruel people, honest and dishonest people, great athletes, artists and scientists, and people who have done nothing for this world. Billions of such examples are in front of us, from brave men to cowards, from very rich to the very poor, from the very active people to lazy, indolent and sluggish people. And every person has a right to choose and live life in whichever way he chooses. The important truth is that whatever life one chooses, that becomes one fate or luck. The responsibility lies with the person and his or her choice, and not on luck. That is the biggest reason I have made every sacrifice of my time and resources to travel, reach every corner of the world, motivating, inspiring, and empowering people, that everyone has the ability to do the best out of his or her life. What is your choice today? Chapter 2: How to Overcome Failure in Our Academics. As a student, have you ever faced failure in your subjects? Are you failing in life? Does it seem like there is still no hope to succeed in whatever you are doing? From today, you should know that you are not the only one facing failure. We all want to be successful and enjoy our lives, but not everyone in life is successful. Most people want to be winners, but unfortunately many remain where they stand. A lot of people ask what the secret to success and personal growth is. Is there any formula for success in life? What is the key to success and personal growth? The magic formula for success as a student does not exist. Success and personal growth are a sum of goals and strategic actions to achieve these goals. My dear friend, I would like you to know that success is not a chance, but a choice. In order for us to succeed in life, we need to know right steps that need to be taken for success and personal growth. We need to develop strong self-management skills. Concerning the student life at school, here I present you the very best time-tested practical skills and practical tips that have helped many students before for success and personal growth that will help change your life if taken seriously. Number 1, set your goals. Do you have goals ahead of you? Do you have a vision for your life? Or you just live life day and night, January to December, anyhow celebrating birthdays? You have to know exactly what you want in school and life. Some people set goals that are too general. I always speak to my fellow youth that a person who knows what he or she wants does not need to be pushed. Some students set goals that are too general, as specific as possible about what your desired result in school and life is. The clear goal is, the shorter the path to success. It is like keywords that you type in to a search engine to find something. If you try searching for a website in Google, there are millions of results. To make your search more effective, you have to be more specific. The same applies to your goals. Number 2, have a positive mental attitude. Recently, I was speaking to my brothers and sisters at home in our academic meeting about having a positive mentality. Mentality is defined as a habitual or characteristic mental attitude that determines how you will interpret and respond to life situations. Catch and eliminate negative thoughts, feelings, and emotions. Negative thoughts prevent you from achieving success, happiness, and your goals. If you have negative thoughts, they prevent you from achieving success, happiness, and your goals. If you have thoughts about what you do not want each day, there are chances that it will happen to you. You need to align your thoughts with your goals. Number 3, focus on your goal every day. Think of your goals. Think of desired end result and visualize your desired end result in vivid details. It is important to have positive thoughts, feelings, and emotions when you think of your goal. It is the universal law that what we concentrate on becomes real. Focus on achievement, success, energy, confidence, and joy. Number 4, do you have self-confidence? My dear friend, you have what it takes. When you're confident, you become a magnet to success. Confidence is defined as freedom from doubt, belief in yourself and your abilities. Self-confidence is the key to success in all areas of life. If you are still that teacher feeling failure among your fellow staff, not delivering what the director expects from you, It is high time you start believing in your work and your qualifications, because you pay the price and you qualified to teach. You have the ability and confidence to teach students and they excel. If you are now the most despised student and you are ever feeling inferior among your fellow students, stop it. You are confident enough. Start working on your dreams. Number 5, take actions. This is essential setup for success. Think of the all things you must do to achieve your goal. Just start doing them, no matter how big or small they might be. Every inch you move forward gets you closer to your goal. My dear friend, let me tell you, becoming a total failure starting at school is simple. Success and personal growth require hard work and personal development on you. Therefore, do not relax. Some people want to achieve high academic success, financial success, and others may want to find real love or improve existing relationship. The tips we have discussed above can produce real success and good results for you in your academics and in any area of your life. You just need to master these steps for success and personal growth to start attracting success in your life. You must avoid human comfort zone. The greatest enemy to human potential is your comfort zone. Perhaps part of the answer to these questions may be that it is because we already have so much that we tend to settle for so little. Just about everyone have a place to live, a phone, a television, a car, and some source of income. We have clothes to wear and food to eat. With our basic needs taken care of, we drift into a dangerous place called the comfort zone. We lack either the sense of overwhelming desperation or the incredible force of inspiration to drive us into the marketplace. We might often wish for more. We might frequently want more. But we have neither a burning need nor a burning desire to do what it takes to have more. The most dangerous aspect of the comfort zone is that it seems to affect our hearing. The more comfortable we are, the more oblivious we become to the sound of the ticking clock, because there always seems to be so much time ahead of us. We unwittingly squander the present moment. We use it for entertaining ourselves rather than for preparing ourselves. Those who live in the comfort zone seem to have developed a strange philosophy about human immortality. I have all the time I need to carve out my personal success story. There is always tomorrow. There is always next week, next month, and next year. There is no real cause for concern. There is no real need to do anything about changing right now. After all, it will not always be the way it is. By this time next year, things will be different for me. And so, for now, for this moment, and for this day, those who are full of good intentions about improving their circumstances remain content with things as they are. Today will be a day for relaxation, or for making more plans, or for watching a little TV, or for gathering strength for the new offensive against mediocrity that will begin tomorrow. Tomorrow I will get up early and stay up late and invest all my talent and resources for the purpose of making a dramatic change in my life, says the person with good intentions but no sense of urgency. I read 3 books last month. So I think I'll take this month off. I worked hard this week, so I think I will just relax tomorrow. I should probably make that call today, but what is another day? Tomorrow will do. Small errors in judgment repeated every day. Break out of your comfort zone and do something else, or else you break from your inside. Stop sitting on your precious ideas. What you need to know about tomorrow as a student. I believe I can touch the sky. I believe you can touch the sky. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. The problem with waiting until tomorrow is that when it finally arrives, it is called today. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. The question is, what did we do with its opportunity? All too often, we will waste tomorrow as we wasted yesterday and as we are wasting today. All that could have been accomplished can easily elude us. Despite our intentions, until we inevitably discover that the things that might have slipped from our embrace, a single unused day at a time. Each of us must pause frequently to remind ourselves that the clock is ticking, the same clock that began to tick from the moment we drew our first breath will also someday cease. Time is the great equalizer of all mankind. It has taken away the best and the worst of us without regard for either. Time offers opportunity but demands a sense of urgency. My dear friend, if you are lazy today, you will pay the tons of regrets tomorrow. Now, this is your very best time to take charge of your academics and life seriously. The 2-minute warning. It is interesting to watch football teams on a Saturday afternoon. They spend the first 58 minutes routinely following the game plan they thought would result in victory. Then something rather remarkable happens. An official walks onto the center of the field and announces what has come to be known as the 2-minute warning. What happens in the following 120 seconds is frequently awesome. We often witness more intensity, more cleverness, more expended energy, and more action compacted into those 2 final minutes than occurs in the previous 58. Why? A sudden awareness of sense of imminent defeat and the birth of a new and sharpened sense of urgency. The participants know that the clock will show no favoritism. The clock will merely do what clocks are supposed to do. They will tick away the seconds until the game is finally over. The team that finds itself on the threshold of defeat might have shown an extraordinary level of ingenuity and intensity at any time throughout the game. They had the potential and the opportunity to outscore their opponents early in the game. But sometimes, despite their intentions, the players make only an average effort until it's too late. Sometimes the blowing of the whistle announcing the 2-minute warning is merely a formality signifying the probability of impending and irreversible defeat. And so it is with the individual human life. The seconds slip in 2 minutes, and the minutes in 2 hours, and the hours in 2 days, until we awaken one morning to discover that the moments of opportunity are gone. We spend our final years reliving dreams that might have been, regretting all that never was and now never will be. When the game of life is finally over, there is no second chance to correct our errors. The clock that is ticking away the moments of our lives does not care about winners and losers. It does not care about who succeeds or who fails. It does not care about excuses, fairness, or equality. The only essential issue is how we played the game. Regardless of a person's current age, there is a sense of urgency that should drive them into action now, this very moment. We should be constantly aware of the value of each and every moment of our lives, moments that seem so insignificant that their loss often goes unnoticed. We still have all the time we need. We still have lots of chances, lots of opportunities, lots of years to show what we can do. For most of us, there will be a tomorrow, a next week, a next month, and a next year. But unless we develop a sense of urgency, those brief windows of time will sadly be wasted, as were the weeks, months, and years before them. There is not an endless supply. Students, you have to learn to be happy with what you have. While you strive for what you want, first appreciate what you have. The largest percentage that causes most stress and frustration issues in students is yearning for what they do not have or afford to possess. In the meantime, each of us can design our own life happiness. We can design it and we can experience it. We do not have to wait. Waiting will merely prolong the agony of putting up with poor service, short tempers, ruin the moments of joy, and the continuation of life as it has always been. That exquisite feeling called happiness can begin wherever and however we are, because it has nothing to do with things. Having more is not the answer to happiness. If we can count our blessings on only 2 or 3 fingers, then putting diamonds on those same fingers is not going to give us more blessings. If we have failed to develop meaningful friendships, then our resources were meager. Then we are not going to be any better at finding or keeping good friends when our finances improve. The experience of a meaningful relationship with someone who has been with us through the good times and the bad, who knows us and cares about us, is in a way that makes us feel good. Just to know that they are in this world is something we cannot afford to postpone. Happiness is not something you withdraw from your bank account. It is something to withdraw from life and from those around you. There is nothing wrong with wanting more for ourselves and for our families, but it does not mean that we have to experience less of life's treasures because we have less, or that we appreciate them more when we have more. If we cannot learn to be happy with what we have right now, then we will never be happy, no matter how much good fortune comes our way. You must study lifestyle. If we wish to be academically successful, we must study hard, and if we wish to be happy, we must study happiness. The combination of these 2 studies creates the aura that we call lifestyle at school for a student to succeed. Most people do not make happiness an academic study. Their plan for finding happiness consists of going through the day with their fingers crossed, hoping that somehow something will work out that will make them happy. But happiness is an art, not an accident. It is not something that falls out of the sky. Happiness has that unique emotion that we mistakenly believe comes to us only when we have become successful, must precede the achievement of success. Happiness is as much a cause of success as it is a result of success, and we can begin to experience happiness whenever we wish, regardless of our current circumstances, both at home and school. Students face two choices. Each of us has two distinct choices to make about what we will do with our lives. The first choice we can make is to be less than we have the capacity to be. I can repeat, the first choice we can make is to be less than we have the capacity to be, to earn less, to have less, to read less and think less, to try less and discipline ourselves less. These are the choices that lead to an empty life. They are the choices that one made and once made lead a life of constant apprehension instead of a life of wondrous anticipation. And the second choice, to do it all, to be all that we can possibly be, to read every book that we possibly can, to earn as much we possibly can, to give and share as much as we possibly can, to strive and produce and accomplish as much as we possibly can. All of us have that choice, to do or not to do, to be or not to be all or to be less or to be nothing at all. Like the tree, it would be a worthy challenge for all of us to stretch upward and outward to the full measure of our capabilities. Why not do all that we can, every moment that we can, the best that we can, for as long as we can? Our ultimate life objective should be to create as much as our talent and ability and desire will permit. To settle for doing less than we could do is to fail in this worthiest of undertakings. Results are the best measurement of human progress, not conversation, not explanation, not justification. Results. And if our results are less than our potential suggests that they should be, then we must strive to become more today than we were the day before. The greatest rewards are always reserved for those who bring great value to themselves and the world around them as a result of whom and what they have become. How far should a student reach? It seems that every life form on this planet strives towards its maximum potential, except human beings. A tree does not rot half its potential size and then say, I guess that will do. A tree will drive its roots as deep as possible. It will soak up as much nourishment as it can, stretch as high, as wide as nature will allow, and then look down as if to remind us of how much each of us could become if we would only do all that we can. Why is it that human beings, surely the most intelligent life form on earth, do not strive to achieve their maximum potential? Why is it that we allow ourselves to stop halfway? Why are we not constantly striving to become all that we can be? The reason is simple. We have been given freedom of choice. In most cases, choice is a gift. But when it comes to doing all that we can with our abilities and our opportunities, choice can sometimes be more of a curse than a blessing. All too often, we choose to do far less than we could do. We would rather relax under the shade of the growing tree than emulate its struggle for greatness. Self-neglect intensifies future challenges while still in school. While challenges can serve a worthwhile function in helping us to achieve our goals, there is no need to deliberately invite them into our lives. 10 years from now, we will all be somewhere. The question is where. Now is the time to fix the next 10 years. Life will present us with enough obstacles without purposely attracting them to us. One of the best ways to minimize future challenges is to anticipate the results of our current neglect. Anticipating the results of our current neglect begins with asking ourselves important questions about our attention to the basics. How many books have I read in the past 90 days? How regularly did I exercise last month? How much of my income have I invested this past year? How many times have I practiced my dream and talent a week? How many times have I written in my journal this month? Do I attend my classes regularly to finish my course well? The answers to these and many other questions will provide us with vital information about our potential for progress and future rewards. If we cannot discipline ourselves in the small things, we will lack the discipline to capitalize on the great opportunities when they appear. Every era defeated by disciplined activity paves the way for our future success. We all face whatever we go through. In the final analysis, we are all faced with about the same circumstances over the period of a lifetime. Some choose to use them as an excuse for poor performance, while others use those same circumstances as a reason to grow and to drive themselves to new heights of accomplishment. We all have opportunity mixed with difficulty. All of us have times of illness in addition to years of health. The storms come up on the rich as well as the poor. Whatever happens, it happens to us all. The only difference is our approach to the things that happen. It is not what happens that determines the quality of our lives. It is what we choose to do about what happens. There is an inherent tendency to want the results when you want them or need them. But the law of sowing and reaping tells us that to reap in the fall, we must first plant in the spring. We must use the dry season to help the plants to grow strong by guarding against certain invasion of the devouring insects and the strangling weeds. We must continue our activity in spite of our current needs. The harvest will surely come, but it will come in its own due season. To everything there is a season, and to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. Results do not respond to need. Results respond to effort, to labor, to activity. If we have done our part, the results we need will appear in a reasonable amount of time. I used to think I was the most challenged until I discovered that challenges even make us stronger, determined, sharp, and successful. Embrace them. Goliath must have been the best thing that happened to David. Therefore, what are those problems teaching you? Do you often check your results? We cannot afford to wait 10 years to see if our plan, our philosophy, our attitude, or our efforts need to be modified. Neglect and delay can be costly. Progress must be measured on a regular basis. The timely checking of the key indicators in all parts of our lives is a barometer of responsible thinking. How often we need to check out our results depends on how far we want to go. The greater the distance, the more frequently we need to check. If we are only going as far as the next block, baying off a few degrees is not going to make much difference. But we have our sights set on some distant star, then miscalculating by even 1 degree can lead us millions of miles off target. The longer we wait to discover this small error in judgment, the harder we will have to work to get back on course. And of greater consequence is that the passage of time tends to diminish our desire to get back on course. We may accept the little that we have and abandon our dreams of all that we might have been. We do not pursue success, we attract it. Personal value is the magnet that attracts all good things into our lives. The greater our value is, the greater our reward. Since the solution for having more is becoming more, we must be in constant search for new ways to increase our value. Self-control, the practice of discipline, patience, planning, intensity of effort, the wise investment of a good portion of our results, the development of a well-balanced attitude, consistent activity, the gathering of knowledge, frequent reading, and a sensible personal philosophy are all examples of ways in which our value can be increased. It is the acquisition of more value that we must pursue, not more valuables. Our objective must be to work harder and on ourselves than we work on anything else. By giving a careful attention to our philosophy, our attitude, and our activity, we are making a positive contribution to what we are becoming. And in the process of becoming more, we will attract more than we now have. How to design a better future for students. There is a very special emotional magic that takes place when we design the future and set new goals with a specific purpose in mind. As we see the future clearly in our mind's eye, we experience a level of excitement in anticipation of the day when all that we dream will become a reality. The more clearly we see the vision of the future, the more we are able to borrow from its inspiration. This borrowed inspiration finds its way into our conversations, our energy level, our relationships, and our attitude. The more excited we become by our future dreams, the easier it is to develop the necessary disciplines and make the refinements to our philosophy. In other words, our dreams inspire us to think and act and feel and become exactly the kind of person we must be to realize our dreams. If we are intelligent enough, invest in our experiences of the past, and wise enough to borrow the excitement and inspiration of the future by clearly seeing that future in the mind's eye, the past experiences and future excitement become today's servant. The finished product we foresee guides us in our present efforts, making the attainment of the better future an inevitable conclusion. We become pulled by the future and guided by the past because we have chosen to take intelligent action in the present. The unique ability we have for investing our past experiences and borrowing inspiration from the future is an incredible force, and the good news is that anyone can do it. We all have the capacity for defining and designing the future in advance so that when the new day arrives, it is more than it might have been simply because we used part of our past and our future to create it. The power of the future is an awesome force. What can be has the power to drive us to do all that we can do. I am humbled to advise you that as a student, there are many things ahead awaiting you to fulfill. Dreams, service, building a family, and many responsibilities. You have to be sure that the promise of the future is not free. There is a price to be paid for any future reward. The price the future exacts from us involves discipline, labor, consistency, and a burning desire to make the future better than either the past or the present. Those are the price tags of progress, but the price gets easy when the promise becomes clear. When the end becomes attractive, we become keenly interested in the means. We must see and want the promise with an insatiable desire. All the price it requires will overcome our wishes, and we will fall back to where we once were. What attitude do you carry in your life? Students for a long time have been best known for having a negative attitude. Not all students, but a bigger percentage, due to chaos from strikes that arise while resisting school rules. Attitude is everything in life. Attitude is defined as a complex mental state involving beliefs and feelings and values and dispositions to act in certain ways. The process of human change begins within us. We all have tremendous potential. We all desire good results from our efforts. Most of us are willing to work hard and pay the price that success and happiness demand. Each of us has the ability to put our unique human potential into action and acquire a desired result. But the one thing that determines the level of our potential, that produces the intensity of our activity, and that predicts the quality of the result we receive is our attitude. Attitude determines how much of the future we are allowed to see. It decides the size of our dreams and influences our determination when we are faced with new challenges. No other person on earth has dominion over our attitude. People can affect our attitude by teaching us poor thinking habits, or unintentionally misinforming us, or providing us with negative sources of influence. But no one can control our attitude unless we voluntarily surrender that control. No one else makes us angry. We make ourselves angry when we surrender control of our attitude. What someone else may have done is irrelevant. We choose, not they. They merely put our attitude to a test. If we select a volatile attitude by becoming hostile, angry, jealous, or suspicious, then we have failed the test. If we condemn ourselves by believing that we are unworthy, then again we have failed the test. If we care at all about ourselves, then we must accept full responsibility for our own feelings. We must learn to guard against those feelings that have the capacity to lead our attitude down the wrong path, and strengthen those feelings that can lead us confidently into a better future. If we want to receive the rewards the future holds in trust for us, then we must exercise the most important choice given to us as members of the human race by maintaining total dominion over our attitude. Our attitude is an asset, a treasure of great value, which must be protected accordingly. Beware of the vandals and thieves among us who would injure our positive attitude or seek to steal it away. Having the right attitude is one of the basics that success requires. The combination of a sound personal philosophy and a positive attitude about ourselves and the world around us gives us an inner strength and a firm resolve that influences all other areas of our existence. Personal innovation is the act of making a change in your life with the aim of making your world a better one. The ratio of activity to rest for a student. Are you among students who sleep in classes revising? You are digging your pit for failure. Life cannot be a process of all work and no rest. It is important to set aside sufficient time to regain our strength. The key is to develop a reasonable ratio of rest to activity. The Bible offers this philosophy about the ratio of labor to rest. 6 days of labor and 1 day of rest. For some, this may seem somewhat heavy on the labor side. In fact, there is a new chorus of voices who are at odds even with our current ratio of 5 days labor and 2 days rest. They would have us stream back even further on the labor side and increase the rest period to at least 3 days. Each of us must select the ratio that best reflects on the reward we seek, remembering that with diminished labor comes diminished rewards. If we rest too long, then the weeds will surely take over the garden. The erosion of our values begins immediately whenever we are at rest. That is why we must make rest a necessity, not an objective. Rest should only be a necessary pause in the process of preparing for an exam, on the next objective and the next discipline. The punishment for excessive rest is mediocrity. The danger in seeking shortcuts to success. Some of our friends would have us believe that positive affirmation is more important than activity. Affirmation is defined as a statement asserting the existence or the truth of something, rather than doing something constructive to change our lives. They would have us repeating various slogans ourselves than affirm that all is well, such as every day and in every way I'm getting better and better. We must remember that discipline is the requirement for progress, and that affirmations without discipline are the beginning of delusion. There is nothing wrong with affirmations provided we remember two important rules. First, we should never allow affirmation to replace action. Feeling is no substitute for doing better. And second, whatever we affirm must be the truth. If the truth of our circumstances is that we are broke, then the best affirmation would be to say, I am broke. That would start the thinking process spoken with conviction. These words would drive any reasonably prudent person from ease into action. If those whose lives are spinning out of control would confront the harsh reality of the truth, then discipline themselves to express that truth rather than disguising it in false and misleading pronouncements, positive change would inevitably result. Reality is always the best beginning. Within reality is the possibility of our personal miracle. The power of faith starts with reality. If we can bring ourselves to the state, the truth about ourselves and our circumstances, the truth will set us free. Once we finally understand and accept the truth, the promise of the future is then freed from the shackles of deception, which held it in bondage. I, NATUKWASA LINDON, have always cherished to live the original person of who I am in reality than to pretend that things are better off while feeling pain inside. No, I know millions of people are living under the pain of pretense whom they are not. It will never take you anywhere. Do you want to achieve your dreams and live happy? Be real. Sooner or later, we must stop blaming the government, the pay schedule, the banks, the taxes, our neighbors, the boss, company policy, high prices, our co-workers, our past, our teachers, high school fees, our classmates, our parents, the traffic or the weather, for our failure to capture our share of the joy that comes from progress. Once we come to understand how we really got to be where and how we are, that the subtleties of our repeated and accumulated errors are responsible, then the embarrassment of that final truth and our willingness to admit it will start the process of going from the little we have to fortune. Change begins with choice. I am the person who used to hate typing whenever our computer teacher would give us a typing assignment. Later, after years, I shifted from writing on papers with a pen using a computer in writing my manuscripts. You know what? It was hard for me to adapt to writing using a computer, but because I love to see my dream come true, I had to make a choice of practicing to write over 2 pages every morning. I no longer find writing problems using computer. I'm now a star author. Any day we wish, we can discipline ourselves to change it all. Any day we wish, we can open the book that will open our mind to new knowledge. Any day we wish, we can start a new activity. Any day we wish, we can start the process of life change. We can do it immediately, or next week, or next month, or next year. We can also do nothing. We can pretend rather than perform, and if the idea of having to change ourselves makes us uncomfortable, we can remain as we are. We can choose to rest over labor, entertainment over education, delusion over truth, and doubt over confidence. The choices are ours to make, but while we curse the effect, we continue to nourish the cause. As Shakespeare uniquely observed, the fault is not in the stars, but in us. We created our circumstances by our past choices. We have both the ability and the responsibility to make better choices beginning today. Those who are in search of the good life do not need more answers or more time to think things over to reach better conclusions. They need the truth. They need the whole truth, and they need nothing but the truth. We cannot allow our errors in judgment. We cannot allow errors in judgment repeated every day to lead us down the wrong path. We must keep coming back to those basics that make the biggest difference in how our life works out. Activity is one of those important basics that we cannot afford to neglect. How can I decide to plan as a student? My dear friend, a good plan is a simple plan. Our better future begins with a worthy objective and a simple plan. We must not allow our plans to become excessively burdened by complexities. Many of the answers take time to discover. It is virtually impossible to plan every detail or to anticipate every obstacle. Take it easy not to make quick decisions and regret later. We must also be careful not to allow the opinions of others to unduly influence the development of our plans for the good life. Others will have dozens of opinions about what we should do, but the final plan for progress must be our plan. We should listen to the voices of value, but we must remember that no one else will see our plan or sense of obsession quite the way we do. It must be a personally designed plan, and its creator and architect must remain at the helm of the ship throughout the whole journey of our life. Do you know how to measure your results? The results of our past efforts can be measured in several different ways. The first way to measure our results is by looking at what we have. Our homes, cars, bank accounts, investments, and all of our other tangible assets are a good measuring rod of our material progress. Our assets reflect one aspect of our current value. To measure our value, we merely examine our assets. Now, this is not to suggest that the only way to measure value is by a list of our material possessions. There are all kinds of wealth, and the greatest fortunes in life: joy, health, love, family, experiences, and friendships will always outweigh the value of any material possessions we might acquire. But what we have accumulated over the years in the form of material assets can be a good indicator of past efforts and possible future results. If we currently have a significant accumulation of money and material possessions, we are probably well on our way toward achieving that dream known as financial independence. By the same token, if our list of assets is rather meager despite our efforts over the last 10, 20, and 30 years of labor, then this may be a good indicator that something needs to change. We may need to make some major changes in our current level of activity in order to increase our results. We may need to increase our skills or our knowledge or our awareness in order to take better advantage of life's opportunities. How is your academic progress? Measure yourself basing on the scores you currently have, but not on the scores you hope to have. Otherwise, you will be daydreaming. Better results come from being a better person. How is your status? Are you a nuisance at school, or you are the person who attracts everyone, including teachers, to work with you? We become, and then we attract. We grow personally, and then we advance materially. Unfortunately, the vast majority seems to have the plan reversed. Their philosophy is, if I had more money, I would be a better person. But that's not the way life is designed to work. Having more does not make us more. It merely magnifies what we already are. Those who cannot save a few shillings out of a little earnings will never be able to save huge sums of shillings out of the future fortunes. The same discipline it takes to put a few coins in a jar every week is the same discipline it takes to open savings accounts to manage an investment portfolio. Conversation about our intended progress will only take us so far, and promises about the future will only buy us a little time. Promises must soon be matched by performance. If the results do not appear in a reasonable amount of time, we run the risk of losing the trust of others in addition to our self-respect. We may find that those who once believed no longer believe, and we will one day be left only with our well-intentioned but unfulfilled pronouncements. Will we read the books, make the plans, make good use of time, invest a portion of all that we earn, polish our current skills, attend classes to develop new skills, and get around better people in order to improve our chances for success? Will we tell the truth, improve our ability to communicate, use our journals, and give careful attention to all the virtues that success requires? Or will we be content to let the time slip through our fingers like grains of sand while we thoroughly lose self-confidence, the respect of others, and perhaps even the few possessions and valuable relationships that our past efforts have managed to attract into our lives? Will we go on sitting idly by while our dreams diminishing to memories, as hope gives way to remorse? My friend, surely not me and you. Wherever you are, be there. One of the major reasons why we fail to find happiness or to create a unique lifestyle is because we have not yet mastered the art of being. While we are home, our thoughts are still absorbed with solving the challenge we face at school. And then when we are at school, we find ourselves worrying about problems at home. There are those who claim to come from polygamous families, others live under your relatives, and there are those a lot of challenges you face, not only those who stay away from their home, but even those who come from monogamous have their personal problems. Such obstacles should not steal the attention of your mind. You are not the one who pays your school fees. Give your parents the chance to do their work and do your responsibility to read. Period. Everything comes on later with time. We go through the day without really listening to what others are saying to us. We may be hearing the words, but we are not absorbing the message. As we go through the day, we find ourselves focusing on past experiences or future possibilities. We are so involved in yesterday and tomorrow that we never even notice that today is slipping by. We go through the day rather than getting something from the day. We are everywhere at any given moment in time except living in that moment in time. Lifestyle is learning to be wherever you are. It is developing a unique focus on the current moment and drawing from it all of the substance and wealth of experience and emotions that it has to offer. Lifestyle is taking time to watch a sunset. Lifestyle is listening to silence. Lifestyle is capturing each moment so that it becomes a new part of what we are and of what we are in the process of becoming. Lifestyle also is not something we do, it's something we experience. And until we learn to be there, we will never master the art of living well. Did you know you are worth? Do you know you are worth? Without realizing your personal worth, it will be hard for you to overcome failure. While still at school and in life, being worthy means having a specified value. What value do you place on yourself? What have you ever taken an inventory, or have you just said, well, I know I could do it. If I would, I believe I can sing better than that person who is singing now, or I believe I can build a business, or I could be this, or I could be that. Are you going to be what you could be? Honestly, are you worth anything in your own estimation? Have you set a price on yourself? Have you set a price on your own ability, on your own time? What is your word worth to yourself? When you say, I'll get that lesson, I'll conquer that subject, I'll master that problem, is your word worth anything? Do you make your word come true when you say, I'll give that up, I'll put that thing over? What is that word worth to you? Do you have faith in your own word? I'm not asking what word is worth outside. Pride make you keep your word with people, but do you keep your word with yourself? You are too valuable to batter away the finest part of manhood or womanhood, your word. You are worth more to yourself likely than to anyone else. But by a year from now, can you make yourself so valuable that men will pay any price for you? Great corporations are looking for men and women who can earn a lot of money a year. Set your mark, your standard high, then go up there. Allow no day to go by in which you have not improved yourself. Take an inventory again and again and see what you possess. See whether that possession is more valuable today than it was a year ago. My dear friend, as I conclude this chapter, I'm sure you have learned, digested all possible ways that will skyrocket your life. You will be a great pillar in this world that nothing will hold you back. In 2012, I remember the time I was looking at myself as someone who was empty, useless, a total failure, someone of no value. I once took a picture of my friend and I told him to take mine. I nearly cried when I compared the two photos. If there is a young person who has suffered on the face of schooling with stress, frustration, heavy drinking, alcohol, burning my throat, struggling to give life a meaning, I am the one, I bet. I would be in class thinking of how I would meet the next meal, transport, where the next fees tuition would come from. It was hard for me. I would now be lying on the streets on a real drug addict. Sorry. and a thug deep in Kampala city slums because I had gave up on life. I decided to change my mind, and today I've touched over thousands of lives of people through my motivational speaking seminars, public lectures, and writing books. Me and you, we are not different. The difference is only on how we use our minds. If I manage to focus on my dreams instead of my hardest problems and become successful, you can also achieve the same dream. Let me tell you, regardless of the fire I passed through, if they talk about the next young achiever, I'm so sure that I'm the one. After comparing the two photos, mine and for my classmate, my heart was full of self-pity. But after 1 month, I had to sit down and started personal development, reading books, research, exercising, and looked for all ways how to discover my purpose and my personal worth. From the pain of hating myself and the tears on my heart, each and every day's pain feeling, I tell you now that after discovering my worth, today I am happy and fulfilled because I discovered my dreams and I'm producing results in speaking to change the lives of people and writing inspirational books. I carry ideas worth billions of dollars and I will never look back. To discover your worth as a young, energetic person, you have to find where your ability lies. Then put all of your best into that ability and make that ability come across and put you over. Remember that what you have hungered and yearned to do, you have the ability to do it if you will. This is the same technique that has helped me to add beautiful colors of success to this world by motivating and inspiring lives of people. I live for other people to be happy and successful, and you too can. Dreams are worth more. Chapter 3: Identifying and Nurturing Dreams and Talents in the Students and the Youth. What are your dreams and talents? Do you dream of being a heroic peace activist, a famous singer, a great motivational speaker and writer like me, a president of a country, a great athlete, etc.? Let me tell you the truth of life. Think of this meanwhile before we continue. It was impossible for Michael Jackson to succeed in life as a world boxing champion. Hence, it was impossible for Muhammad Ali would succeed in life as a pop singer star. You must know where you belong now with such an example. Sit back and choose one way where to invest your 100% focus. Stop chasing millions things at a go. You see, a talent and a dream will always rule money. Where there is a vision, there is provision. Imagine a world without employers. Those are vision bearers. Imagine a world without artists, preachers, teachers, innovators, writers, leaders. You are also important to put your dreams and talents to work. What is happening to those dreams? Are you doing something about them? Have you started to practice and train yourself to become a star? My dear friend, if you're like most people, maybe you are told how unrealistic, how unreal your dreams are, and you are encouraged to be more practical. You are deep in fear and inferiority. You are told you must get a real job. Is the phrase many of us hear from parents, teachers, and other authority figures in our lives. If you have buried those dreams so deeply in your subconscious mind that you can no longer even remember them, or you have them but still doubting yourself, and do not despair. A little introspection can help bring them to the surface, but even if they remain hidden, there's one important thing to remember. You are not the same person now that you were back then. While it is possible to rekindle a dream you have held since childhood, you do not have to do. Instead, let new dreams make them known to you. Ask yourself, what type of work will make you feel most fulfilled? Ask yourself how you can best make a contribution to the world by doing something you truly love. Today, if NATUKWASA is not speaking to change lives or writing books, I never feel any joy or fulfillment. I mean, I love what I do for the world. It sounds simple in theory, but how do you start? Many of us have fallen completely out of touch with our passions. We are so focused on the things we have to do than that we have no time to play or exploration. I'm going to be blunt with you. There is no other alternative but to make time. Set aside some time to really get to know yourself. Figure out what you like to do or explore new activities so you can decide whether they might be one of your true passions. You do not have to devote dozens of hours to this. Perhaps start with 30 to 60 minutes a day. A good place to start is by gaining a clear idea of your skills and talents. Make a list of the things you are naturally good at, as well as the things you have become good at through repetitive effort. I chose to give my best to write books and speak. Now I have made money and I'm self-employed. Write down the skills you use at school, the things you have learned in school, and the things you enjoy doing in your spare time. I've done most of my practice of what I do today at school: speaking, writing books, leadership, and many others I do not wish to mention here. When you have listed everything you can, look over your list and consider whether any of these skills and talents might be marketable. How can you use your talents to provide something of value to others? Take your time with this exercise. Seriously, do not rush through it. You are trying to get an idea of the work that would make you feel passionate and fulfilled. Therefore, it deserves your undivided attention. This exercise is also important for another reason. Your dream is not just about you. It is about all the lives you will touch when you do what you were meant to do on this planet. It took me a long time to understand that by holding myself back, I was denying others something special I had to share with them. And I do not mean that as a boast. We are each special and unique, and we each have something to offer. This world has no one else does. This world has no one else. This world that no one else does. So we are each special and unique, and we each have something to offer this world that no one else does. By denying our own talents, we deny others the gift of what we have to share. So please do not skimp on this exercise. You owe it to yourself and others. Be ruthlessly honest about your passions. Once you have a clear list of your existing skills and talents, make a check mark next to the ones you use on a regular basis, whether in your work or personal time. Can any of those skills be enhanced or strengthened? Can you enroll in a continuing education course to expand any of your skills? Make notes about possible opportunities to grow and develop what you already have. Note: if any of the skills on your list are not things you truly enjoy doing, cross them off the list and do not consider them as career candidates. That does not mean you will never use those skills, just that they will not be your main focus. A good example might be computer skills or leadership, writing skills that you use in your school. What is left on your list? Look at the talents that were not checked as something you use frequently. Would you like to spend more time developing those talents? Again, if they do not thrill you, cross them off the list. If they do interest you, consider ways to expand and develop them further. Finally, make one more list of things you have always wanted to do but have not yet. These will be things you can explore gradually and see if they have potential to be your passion. Then be sure to make time to explore them. Check out courses and classes in your local area, or do a few internet searches for groups of like-minded people. Give your interests a chance, and one or more of them might blossom into a life-changing passion. Learning how to work smart, not just hard. Many of us fall into the trap of believing that becoming successful will require a lot of hard work. While hard work can be good for us, too much of it can create the opposite effect we are going for. Think about it. We crave fulfilling work because we want to enjoy our daily lives, not feel exhausted or bored. Taking hard work to the extreme only holds us back, personally and professionally. Contrary to what you may have been told, hard work alone has little, if nothing, to do with success. Think about people who are working long hours at low-paying jobs every day. Are they becoming successful because of their hard work, or are they simply scraping by paycheck to paycheck, as so many of us do? Simply working hard is not the answer to becoming successful. Working steadily in a focused direction is. This is why I led you through all that, identifying your talents at the beginning of this chapter. If you do not know what you are working toward, you will be spinning your wheels no matter how hard you work. Once you know your objective, in brackets, passionate, fulfilling work that contributes value to the world, it is easy to come up with focused action steps that will make it a reality. Working hard in that context can be extremely effective. You know where you are going, you know exactly what to do to get there, and all you need is the discipline and the determination to see it through. A quote by NATUKWASA LINDON: "A person who knows what he or she wants does not need to be pushed." Two inventions that made Europe rich. Printing press by Gutenberg. It has been said that invention that has influenced the world the most during the last 1,000 years was the Gutenberg printing press. Printing first began in the 9th century AD in China, where paper was also invented, but it was not used very much. It was the Europeans that started printing extensively centuries after the Chinese. Gutenberg invented a new kind of printing press in which individual letter templates, movable type, could be placed in any kind of order that was needed for a given page. Using his new kind of press, Gutenberg published the first printed book, a copy of the Bible, between 1452 and 1455. Over the next 50 years in Europe, millions of books were published. However, the printing press did not flourish in other parts of the world. Muslim countries rejected it on religious grounds, and in India too. The first printing press was installed only in the early 19th century. Notice that the countries where for hundreds of years there was only very limited reading and publishing tend to be countries where population is very poor. But in Europe and America, millions of people have been reading for more 200 years or more. They were the ones that have influenced and changed the world, and their reading habits have benefited us all. Do you read? Remember, readers are achievers. The mechanical clock. The second invention that influenced the productivity of man was the mechanical clock. Centuries before the mechanical clock appeared, sun clocks and water clocks were used to tell time, but they were unreliable because they depended largely on the temperature or weather. In the 18th century, Adam Smith determined that the wealth of nations was a direct result of the improvements in labor activity, and the mechanical clock made it possible to measure productivity in hours, forever changing the concept of work. Like the Chinese, Muslims started using water clocks long before the Europeans, and they purchased Western clocks and watches. But other than a call to prayer, they never used them to create a public sense of time. This is one of the best reasons why China, India, Pakistan, and other Muslim countries in general are not as economically as Europe or America. We can easily conclude from the above that people or nations can be rich or poor based on how much value they place on time and on their productivity and reading. It takes discipline to increase your productivity and create reading habits. It is said that there are only two burdens in life. One of the burden of discipline that weighs in ounces, and the other is the burden of regret that weighs in tons. Read books and measure and improve your productivity per hour on a regular basis, and you also become rich. The aims of education. Many people think that the aim of education is to teach such job-related skills as taking vital signs, using a computer, or installing and administering computer network. They go to school to become, for example, a medical assistant or network administrator, or focus on learning what they will be doing at a job. Education, however, should teach more than just job skills. It should also improve your thinking, analyzing, and problem-solving skills. It should teach you how to get along with other people and how to work in a team. Develop habits of hard work and discipline, and create a love for learning. You should also learn that it pays to be an honest and ethical person. The purpose of education is to teach you much more than job-related skills. It is supposed to make you a better human being, thinking more, into educational research beyond my classwork has helped me run my faith-based organizational motivational seminars and events, writing and publishing my books, offer computer services for money, and running my computer company startup because I did not limit myself only to classwork, which many students are doing today. Students just attend class, do assignments, and go back home or hostels to watch movies and play games instead of going for deeper research that can build their life skills together with academics. Then the toughest time comes in after graduation, and they start sweating, looking for jobs as they are tossed around without any skills. Please, we are in school to study and serve our society in future, but not present our good marks to the society. The society needs people with skills to solve problems for development, not how you have only scored A's. Here are the aims of education. Cognitive development of the mind and thinking. You learn how to think, analyze, understand, and remember, and solve problems. Another one is affective development of attitude and emotions. You develop love of learning, curiosity, how to get along, how to share information, discipline, and the value of hard work. Moral ethics. You learn to become honest and behave ethically. Practical skills. You learn skills specific to a job or profession for either self-employment or to be employed. For example, a person like me, I can work in any computer department of any organization as a computer technician, but I'm also self-employed as a writer, author, and a computer technician of my own company because I have all the practical skills in computers and writing books. Surveys show that employers value affective and moral qualities much more than just cognitive, practical ones. Your attitude and your honest and ethical behavior are more important to getting and keeping a job than even your job-related skills. However much I'm sure that we have different preferences between those who love to employ and those who love to be employed. Meeting employers' expectations. Learning and practicing what employers expect for you after school. Job skills. Clearly understand what you will be required to know and do, and make sure you are learning it while you are in school. Reliability. Can an employer depend on you? You need to have a track record of reliability to get the job. Good attendance and punctuality in school can ensure your employers that you are reliable and that they can depend on you. Professionalism. If you are committed to do a world-class job and whatever you do, you have professionalism. And this includes a positive mindset as number one. No one wants to employ someone who has a bad attitude, who loses their temper under difficult situations, and who cannot work with other people. You need to learn to treat problems as challenges to be overcome and to learn how to control difficult situations. Number two, work ethic. Hard work is very important for success in life. Do whatever it takes to get a job done. Complete what you start regardless of obstacles. Do not postpone anything to tomorrow if you can do it today. Commitment to quality. Again, do a world-class job in all what you do. Do it again. If it is not right the first time, you are a professional. 4. Willingness to learn. Be ready to learn new skills and take more responsibilities. You should work not according to what you get paid, but according to what you would like to get paid. Your employer will pay you what you deserve, or another employer will. During your stay in school, you can learn and practice what employers expect from you. Be punctual. Do not miss classes. Work hard to get better grades. Help others. Disagree, but respect others' opinions. Keep yourself calm under difficult situations. Learn to recognize your own mistakes and apologize. Consider your school, your job, and your first job. Begin everything with the end in mind. Your resume. When you finish your school, you will need to create a resume that can generate job interviews for you. Your resume needs to include 1. Your job-related skills and any experience you have. Number 2, your personality and transferable skills. Examples of job-related skills are setting up and configuring computer network hardware and software, installing and configuring network media and connections, connecting user nodes and peripherals of all kinds to the network, adding users to and removing users from the network, managing user accounts such as passwords, storage space, and file access privileges, creating and maintaining a system for backup data and program files, ensuring the security of the network, managing the organization's email system. Transferable skills are such qualities as being organized and hardworking. They are skills that you develop over time that become part of your personality. You can use your transferable skills in any job you do. Examples of transferable skills are ambitious, career-minded, confident, consistent, creative, dedicated, dependable, determined, efficient, focused, friendly, hardworking, honest, meets deadlines, motivated, organized, persistent, planner, pride in doing a good job, problem solver, punctual, reliable, responsible, results-oriented, self-motivated, team player through willing to learn new things. In hiring decisions, your personality and transferable skills weigh 85% and your job-related skills weigh only 15%, as most job applicants have more or less similar job skills. Hiring decisions are based on the applicant's personality and transferable skills. Here is an example about what you should write in your resume. Summary: you should have received solid hands-on training and obtained industry certifications to work as a network administrator or computer network support specialist, etc. Have working knowledge to install, troubleshoot, and support Microsoft Windows and Cisco networks. I am a dependable person who has a positive attitude, a strong work ethic, and a track record of reliability and hard work. The last sentence in the above paragraph is perhaps the most important, since it tells an employer about your personality and transferable skills. Good grades and attendance at the school are good evidence that you are a reliable and hard-working person. Quiz number 3. To get maximum out of your school, you should A. Consider your school your first job and learn and practice here what employers expect. B. Focus on learning skills. C. Focus on getting good grades. D. Have perfect attendance. Question 2. In hiring decisions, your personality and transferable skills weigh A. 100%, B. 15%, C. 58%, D. 85%. Question 3. Which of the following are the transferable skills? Select 2. A. Know how to draw blurred. B. Dependable. C. Know how to perform. D. Punctual. Question 4. To prove to your prospective employers that you have a good track record of reliability and hard work, you need to have A. Good grades. B. Good grades and good attendance. C. Good attendance. D. Good job-related skills. Chapter 4. How technology is changing students. Think about this. 20 years ago, students lagged around clunky typewriters. Now you'd be hard-pressed to find a student who does not own a laptop, a cell phone, iPod, iPad, or other MP3 player. But they are not alone. From social media networks of Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, to blogs and smartphones, schools are embracing changes and using technology like never before. From the smartphone that wakes you up in the morning to the iPod that gets your day started, or the web surfing that ends it, you are always plugged in. Schools understand that they are plugged in too. The past few years have witnessed some of the biggest technological advances in schools since the laptop first began to make a widespread appearance on campuses a decade ago. Get connected early. You are always on the internet anyway, so why not do something productive like connect with platforms related to your visions via social media networks while nothing can replace the school visit. Networking sites can help you get your questions answered. Many schools' Twitter and Facebook accounts are headed by admission counselors, and they use these networks as an easy way to remind college hopefuls of new student events and important deadlines, like those for financial aid, admissions applications, and scholarship opportunities. This online conversation goes both ways. A large number of schools actively engage with students on both of these social networks. With social media, interacting is more personal, and the barrier between institution and prospective student is removed by an online community. An online community willing to share experiences and answer questions right alongside us. It is like walking into a room full of friends, ready and willing to help. Whether college representatives are answering questions or pointing future students to the right school contact, Facebook and Twitter are proving to be very worthwhile tools that enable a school to show off a friendlier, more accessible side. These technological changes are not just limited to choosing a school, they are spilling over and affecting every aspect of school life, including what goes on inside the school classroom. While teachers teach about social networks, how to use them, what they mean to society, they are also beginning to treat them like a classroom necessity, as essential as textbooks and pencils. The smartphone. Of course, it does not end there. Your smartphone and MP3 player go everywhere that you do, and schools know this. Higher education is using iPods and iPhones inside the classroom and out. While you might use these gadgets to record your notes or a subject, many teachers also upload class assignments and audio files so that they can spend more time on interactive class discussion instead of long-hour lectures and lessons. If you're curious as to what a college lecture will really be like, many colleges upload entire course lectures online so anyone can listen in for free. Thanks to schools that have embraced integrating the latest and greatest technology, you are no longer just a bystander. You get to take an active role in choosing and preparing for school by using the latest innovations to your advantage. You have years to follow the lives of student bloggers, to connect with school admissions representatives on Facebook, Twitter, and other networking websites, and to take your time thinking about where you really want to spend years of your life. Thanks to technological developments, narrowing down the school list has never been so easy, and you know that when you get there, your school of choice will help you stay on top and grow with whatever comes your way. Schools are going with the flow of technology and to better prepare you for a busy tech-savvy life ahead. How technology affected student values. The word values is synonymous with other terms such as morals, ethics, standards, and principles. Each generation seems to subscribe to a different set of values based upon the cultural trends. History and popular culture play an important role in shaping the values, beliefs, attitudes, and worldviews of individuals and groups. Values emerge from a variety of environmental and social factors such as familial influences, the media, religion, peer influences, educational settings, and politics. Values are personal and have a significant impact on how students respond and interact with the world around them. Values are acquired either through auditory or visual perception or a combination of both as a result of what individuals have learned or experienced. Today, students have access to electronic mail, cell phones, iPods, MP3 players, Blackberries, Wi-Fi, notebooks, text messaging, instant messaging, online social networks such as Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp. Additionally, students have reality television with an overwhelming emphasis on competition and success at any cost. Movies featuring youth literally marked for destiny to live up to higher standards of conduct and achievement, and thus become variety society-saving heroes. Proliferation of misogynic rap lyrics, violent video games, explicit and exploitive music videos, pornography of which they can download from their cell phones, all of which serve as potential influences of students' values. This chapter will focus on what students are experiencing that may have some impact on the values they experience as it relates to the amount of time using technology and time spent building relationships and community. There will also be some discussion about how students use technology in acquiring knowledge, the influence of cultural images and integrity. When you look here today, listening to music, computer, watching a movie, computer, contacting people, computer, reading news, computer, making music along the computer. And the other time now, computer almost technology has really replaced the discos, replaced television, replaced the table phones, replaced the paper newspapers, have been replaced with electronic newspapers. Time, a precious commodity to students. You have heard the saying, there is not enough time in the day, or time is valuable, or use your time wisely. For today's students, these common sayings take on a whole new meaning. One of my work study students recently came into the office saying she broke a record by staying up until 5 a.m. in the morning typing a paper. Regularly, she comes to work promptly and proudly proclaims how late she stayed up, or rather how early she had risen. It is usually due to her social interaction in a variety of forums, in the residence hall, whether on the computer for academic or social reasons. She even shares about how quickly she can text, message her friends with one hand while driving and never looking at the keypad, which is congruent with one scholar who stated that students multitask as they listen to music, send messages, and do homework. I easily define the above behavior as engagement, whereas administrators may think students are wasting time. They view their investments in their activities as time well spent, especially when it comes to technological issues. Obviously, their time is important and it is spent doing what they value and appreciate most. Student affairs professionals can glean that accessibility and convenience are important to students, as the above study illustrates. Community and relationships. Community is valued in a range of contexts as a result of students' team-oriented personality. The students seem most comfortable in group activities and in television, digital players, game consoles, and computer screens, i.e. online social networking. Online communication and interaction is transformative, healthy, and normal for students. I believe that it contributes to the students' identity development as students build lasting relationships from their engagement in online activities, regardless of long distances from schools and their locations. Is integrity lost while using technology by students? Yes. Developing integrity is a developmental process that students will experience. One of the features of developing integrity has to do with congruence, the quality of agreeing, being suitable and appropriate. As matching personal values with socially responsible behavior, there is recognition by some students that they exhibit incongruence. For instance, some students acknowledge that they listen to explicit rap music that is counter to their individual value systems, but believe that as they develop and mature after graduation, that they will eliminate forms of behavior and entertainment that is not consistent with the value base handed down to them by their parents or the moral framework they reconstructed during their school years. Students recognize the incongruence, but it does not appear to be relevant to them at this stage in their development. Students go through great length to hear music, even to the point of speaking vulgar and using explicit language in the community and their homes. This speaks to the risk students take to obtain music and movies by any means necessary. This is a clear disregard in submission to the laws. Arguably, there is some effect on the choices, behaviors, and values that students ultimately exhibit after long-term exposure to certain genres of music that tends to perpetuate violence, promiscuity, illegal activity like drug abuse, etc. However, that is an area that deserves further exploration beyond the scope of this book by parents and teachers. Images from the media. What students see is what they will become. A universal question that is often asked during our formative years is, what do you want to be when you grow up, or who is your role model? The responses are not all that uncommon because you hear the usual answers such as teachers, lawyers, engineers, doctors, politicians, parents, older siblings, grandparents, truck driver, policeman, pro athletes, celebrities, etc. It is uncommon to hear that a person wants to grow up to be a criminal or any other role that the society in general would consider morally objectionable. However, students are seeing everything the world has to offer, ranging from an empire with natural disasters, explicit rap videos, to terrorists in our homeland, changing family structure, celebrity meltdowns and their addictions, sexual abuse of children, record death of soldiers in wars, political scandals, to the most diverse group of presidential candidates. The media has been the ultimate contributor to the viewing pleasure as well as to the dismantling of values among the youth. Advantages of technology to students. Technology certainly has made an incredible mark on history, and today's generation of students, whether for good or for bad, we are challenged as a profession. It is a clear characterization of students, which what separates each generation from the next. As we recognize the challenges, we should equally consider the opportunities we have to be more creative and innovative in connecting with students by providing services and programs that assist us in understanding the values that shape them. Since we have learned that technology serves as a vehicle for building relationships, social support with family, friends, and just mere entertainment. Technology is everywhere, entwined with in almost every part of our lives. It affects how we shop, socialize, connect, play, and most importantly, learn. With their great and increasing presence in our lives, it only makes sense to have mobile technology in the classroom. Yet there are some schools that are delaying this imminent future of using technology in the classroom as the valuable learning tool. Technology in the classroom. Why technology is important in today's schools, classrooms, school wireless networks. Here is a list of 10 reasons your school should implement technology in the classroom. Number 1, if used correctly, will help prepare students for their future careers, which will inevitably include the use of wireless technology. It has helped me a lot in preparing my writing and motivational speaking career. I am now ready, doing my best because of technology. I have taught myself a lot of skills in my field of writing and speaking. Number 2, integrating technology into the classroom is definitely a great way to reach diversity in learning styles. Number 3, it gives students the chance to interact with their classmates more by encouraging collaboration, technology in the classroom, school wireless networks, and networked schools. Number 4, technology helps the teachers prepare students for the real-world environment. As our nation becomes increasingly more technology dependent, it becomes even more necessary that to be successful citizens, students must learn to be tech savvy. Number 5, integrating technology in education. Every day helps students stay engaged academically. Today's students love technology, so they are sure to be interested in learning if they can use the tools they love. 6, with technology, the classroom is a happier place. Students are excited about being able to use technology and therefore are more apt to learn. 7, when mobile technology is readily available in the classroom, students are able to access the most up-to-date information quicker and easier than ever before. 8, the traditional passive learning mode is broken. With technology in the classroom, the teacher becomes the encourager, advisor, and coach. Number 9, students become more responsible. Technology helps students take more control over their own learning. They learn how to make their own decisions and actually think for themselves. Students can have access to digital textbooks and that are constantly updated and often more vivid, helpful, creative, and a lot cheaper than those old heavy books. In summary, if your school is still debating using the latest technology, I hate to break it to you, but it is the inevitable future of education anyways. It is important that school wireless networks keep up with the ever-changing technology in order to keep up with the students, from the ease of communicating with their teachers via email to quickly accessing on an overabundance of information online about a particular topic they have learned about in class. Technology is needed in today's classroom. Impact of technology on students. New research shows the more time students spend online, the more they are anxious, less happy, and get lower grades. I always say that it is hard because technology is a huge part of the way students learn in the classroom. Students put an emphasis on computer work, tablets, and some teachers even use texting for interactive learning. Though it is important to use the computers and phones less for games, there has to be a reason that makes a difference. Students are going to have to find motivation in what they are learning. What is it? Why are you learning this? Because you want to master a trade? Are you learning because this is a skill you need to go to school? It is almost impossible to stay away from cell phones and computers, so finding a way to use it positively is important for success. Let me tell you, books will soon be no longer in use in the public schools. School system will be completely changed inside of 10 years. Amazingly enough, however, one of inventors was proven quite wrong. The American education system has remarkably resistance to innovation, and classroom experience has changed very little in the 100 years since Thomas Edison's prediction. What you should know about sex and alcohol. Students, warning when smoking, alcohol, and drugs. Today's current studies show that students are more addicted to drinking alcohol, smoke, and take drugs than the general population. Peer pressure, cheap student bus, and the freedom of living away from home all contribute to the choices students make. This is slowly eating up the students' lives if not quickly worked upon. Sometimes it is hard for teachers to predict such behaviors in their students, but they do exist. Beware of the dangers associated with smoking, drinking, and taking drugs, so you can make an informed decision about the way you live your life and care for your health in school and life. Student life can seem to revolve around alcohol, with the student bar and local pubs often the center of the school social scene. Getting drunk regularly can have potentially serious physical, social, and academic effects. Even drinking to excess just occasionally can be damaging your brain. In the short term, drinking too much can impair academic performance because it affects concentration and makes you more likely to miss classes, hand in work late, and do badly in exams. It can also put you at immediate risk of serious harm, ranging from death, rape, to car crashes, family wrangles, affecting your relationships. If you are drunk, you are also likely more to be a victim of violence or to have unprotected sex, which carries all the associated risks of sexually transmitted infections, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. In the longer term, regularly drinking too much can cause liver disease and increase the risk of heart attack, weight gain, and a number of different cancers. These problems are now occurring at young ages as alcohol use has increased. The healthy choice in the short term is to take just a little extra care to protect yourself and your friends when you are at school and at home. For example, know your own persuasions that may tempt you to drink and make sure you know how to stay safe to avoid them. If you have had a heavy drinking session, you should remain alcohol-free for full 48 hours to give your body time to recover. Over the long term, you need to have an idea of how much you are drinking on a regular basis in units of alcohol so you can keep your risks low. As with alcohol, there can be a lot of social pressure for students to smoke. Smoking increases your risk of lung cancer and heart disease. It prematurely ages the skin and triples your chance of getting wrinkles around your eyes and mouth. It also causes impotence and reduced sperm count in men and reduces fertility in women. Smoking can lead to gum disease, makes the body store fat around the waist, and increases the risk of cellulite. Cellulite is lumpy deposits of body fat, especially on women's thighs. Do not assume that smoking will help you through the stress of exams, feeling lonely, missing home family members, bankruptcy, handling failure, and tests. Medical evidence shows that smoking does not actually calm you down. It is simply the case that nicotine cravings between cigarettes make you feel stressed and anxious. So when you have one, you feel temporarily calm. You will feel less stressed once you quit and no longer have cravings. If you're already a smoker, being a student could be the ideal time to quit. Being in school is a fresh start and a new way of life, and this is your chance to start your new life in a positive, healthy way. Being a student means that you are an important citizen in our nation and the world needs you. So, being a student, you are also young and advantaged with a lot of dreams and goals to fulfill in the future. A great father or a mother, do not start killing yourself slowly today by engaging yourself in smoking and drinking. If you have started, stop. If you have not, good, and never try it. Stay healthy. Almost half of 12 to 26-year-olds have tried drugs at least once, most commonly cigarettes and marijuana. Experimenting with drugs can sometimes be presented as part of the student experience, but drugs are illegal for a reason, as well as the risks to your mental and physical health. Using them can make you more likely to have unprotected sex, which in turn can increase your risk of being infected with sexually transmitted infections, STIs, and having unplanned pregnancies. A small but significant proportion of regular drug users can become addicted to drugs, such as heroin or cocaine, marijuana. Any such addiction can have a disastrous effect on studies and health. The legal penalties for drug possession can be severe for some drugs. Possession of a Class A drug such as cocaine, marijuana can lead to up to over 10 years in prison. Also, your school will not look kindly on you if you were arrested for drug possession. Many schools would ban you from your studies or drop you from your academics. These cases have expanded in many schools and universities worldwide. Students' future is being crushed in each and every day, being that they are not informed about such issues. Now that you are informed, as a student, you need to take caution. It costs you nothing to live a healthy, clean life. It is not just illegal drugs that you need to be aware of. There are legal substances for sale with potential health risks, like Cuba may judge. The best way to minimize your risk from drugs is not to use them. Failing that, find out as much information as you can about any drugs you are using, including the risks, the potential for addiction, and what happens when you mix one drug with another or with alcohol. 10 tips for alcohol and drug prevention for students and youth. As a young person, you are faced with many challenges. However, very few have the potential to affect your life in a more significant way than the decisions you make about alcohol and drugs. The decisions you make about alcohol and drugs will influence your health, your grades, your relationships, your job or career, maybe even your freedom. So, what can you do to protect yourself and reduce the risk of alcohol and drug problems? Here are 10 tips for prevention to the youth. 1. Do not be afraid to say no. Sometimes our fear of negative reaction from our friends or others we do not even know keeps us from doing what we know is right. Real simple. It may seem like everyone is doing it, but they are not. Do not let someone else make your decisions for you. If someone is pressurizing you to do something that is not right for you, you have the right to say no. The right not to give a reason why, and the right to just walk away. Number 2, connect with your friends and avoid negative peer pressure. Pay attention to who you are hanging out with. If you are hanging out with a group in which the majority of kids are drinking alcohol or using drugs to get high, you may want to think about making some new friends. You may be headed toward an alcohol and drug problem if you continue to hang around others who routinely drink alcohol, smoke marijuana, abuse prescription drugs, or use illegal drugs. You do not have to go along to get along. Number 3, make connections with your parents or other adults. As you grow up, having people you can rely on, people you can talk to about life's challenges, and your decisions about alcohol and drugs is very important. The opportunity to benefit from someone else's life experiences can help put things in perspective and can be invaluable. Number 4, enjoy and do what you love. Do not add alcohol and drugs. Learn how to enjoy life and the people in your life without adding alcohol or drugs. Alcohol and drugs can change who you are, limit your potential, and complicate your life. Too often, I am bored is just an excuse. Get out and get active in school and community activities such as music, sports, arts, or a part-time job. Giving back as a volunteer is a great way to gain perspective on life. As you grow up and want to assume more control over your life, having the trust and respect of your parents is very important. Do not let the alcohol and drugs come between you and your parents. Talking with mommy and daddy about alcohol and drugs can be helpful. Get connected about alcohol and drugs. You cannot rely on the myth and misconceptions that are out there among your friends and on the internet. Your ability to make the right decisions includes getting educated. Learn about alcohol and drugs, and as you learn, share what you are learning with your friends and your family. Be a role model and set a positive example. Do not forget, what you do is more important than what you say. You are setting the foundation and direction for your life, where you are headed. Plan ahead. As you make plans for the party or going out with friends, you need to plan ahead. You need to protect yourself and be smart. Do not become a victim of someone else's alcohol or drug abuse. Make sure that there is someone you can call today and night, no matter what, if you need them, and do the same for your friends. Speak out, speak up, take control. Take responsibility for your life, your health, and your safety. Speak up about what alcohol and drugs are doing to your friends, your community, and encourage others to do the same. Get help. If you or someone you know is in trouble with alcohol or drugs, get help. Do not wait. You do not have to be alone. What if I am addicted to pornography? How internet pornography be addressed in students? What you can do? In this generation, if you do not have God, you will be corrupted, or else you have been corrupted already. The devil will continue to use you and neglect you. But if you have God, he will always use you, guide you, and elevate you. A quote from NATUKWASA LINDON, Ugandan motivational author and speaker. Pornography is a widespreading and serious problem in schools and the whole world population, not only in the youth, but also in adults. It hurts with your spirit and affects your mind with unclean thoughts. It damages your relationships. Looking at pornography causes you to lose the companionship of the Holy Spirit. Getting over the addiction is not easy, but it is simple. Decide now to stop looking at or thinking about pornography. Speak immediately with your bishop, friend, or a guardian. Do not feel embarrassed to talk to him. He can help you. Repent so the Savior's atonement can cleanse your thoughts and spirit. By this ye may know, if a man repenteth of his sins, behold, he will confess them and forsake them. The Holy Bible. In this generation, at least 95% of students are studied to have viewed pornography on their smartphones, in their secret rooms, personal computers, or in their computer laboratories. This is one of the monsters eating and corrupting youth futures, the future of the youth story, next to drugs and alcohol. You must understand pornography for what it is. It is viewing mature sex videotapes. Pornography is nothing less than an attempt to degrade something that God created to be honorable. Understanding pornography in this light will help you to hate what is bad. Psalm chapter 97 verse 10. Consider the consequences. Pornography devalues those depicted in it. It also debases the person who views it. For good reason. The Bible says, "Shrewd is the one that has seen the calamity and proceeds to conceal himself." Proverbs chapter 22 verse 3. Make a commitment. I have made a solemn promise never to look with lust at a girl, said the faithful man Job, chapter 31 verse 1, today's English version. The following are some solemn promises you can make. I will not use the internet when I am alone. I will immediately exit from any pop-up site that is explicit. I will talk to a mature friend if I have a relapse. Pornography has a cumulative effect. The more times you view it, the harder it is to break free. Pray about it. The psalmist implored Jehovah God, "Make my eyes pass on from seeing what is worthless." Psalms chapter 119 verse 37. God wants you to succeed, and if you pray to God, He can give you the strength to do what is right. Philippians chapter 4 verse 13. Talk to someone. Choosing a confidant is often an important step in breaking the habit. Proverbs chapter 17 verse 17. Remember this. Each time you avoid pornography, you have won a significant victory. Tell God about that victory and thank Him for the strength He has given you. By avoiding pornography, you make His heart rejoice. Proverbs chapter 27 verse 11. How to avoid pornography. The internet is a big and wonderful place where you can choose to get anything and you get it. If you choose to use it for research and build your vision, finance, academics, spiritual growth, talents and dreams, it will help you make better choices while using the internet. Still, it holds many temptations and dangers for many people. No matter if you are protecting yourself or others from ever encountering pornography, or if you're trying to combat a pornography addiction, you will find helpful advice below in this book. If you struggle with compulsive sexual behaviors, including porn addiction, this book is your best chance. Clean up your computer. If you find that pornography is ending up on your computer, either willingly or unwillingly, you will want to start avoiding pornography by cleaning up your computer. You will want to start by deleting any pornography saved onto the computer itself. After that, there are a few other things you can do depending on the problem that you are having. Clear your browser. Clear your browser's cache history as well as your Google search history. If your computer remembers you visiting porn sites, even if it was by accident, it will think you want more porn and display more advertisements for pornography and unsafe sites. Check for viruses. If you notice that you get porn pop-ups even when you are visiting trusted sites, or maybe even as soon as you open your internet browser, you might have a computer virus. Call an expert to get the virus removed and then install antivirus software that can protect you for the future. Be careful about what search terms you use and websites you visit. Some phrases are frequently attached to pornography, and some websites are more likely to give you viruses and lead to pornography. Turn on Google self-search to protect from unsafe searches, and try to only visit sites that you absolutely trust. Set up an internet censor. There are a number of ways in which you can set up a censor that will keep you and others safe from pornography on the internet. You can block all but a few sites, only sites that are marked for adults, or you can just block certain sites. Choose a method that is right for your needs. Use Stay Focused. Stay Focused is a browser add-on for Chrome browsers that allows you to control what websites you can access and how much time you can spend on those sites. It is great for policing your own behavior if you are the one struggling with porn. Alternatively, use Stop Procrastinating app. This allows you to block internet access or filter websites on all web browsers, not just Chrome. It is impossible to get around and also offers users goal-setting options to help them focus psychologically on breaking their addiction. Use Microsoft's built-in content filter. If you're trying to protect your family and you have a Windows computer, take advantage of Microsoft's built-in parental controls. These are powerful controls that you can set to whatever the needs are for your family. Set up Open DNS to block all objectionable content across all devices in your home. You can set up the Open DNS software, which is available for free, to block all objectionable content in your household. This is the program frequently used by schools, and it functions very well for protecting your family. Cultivate your media. Certain types of media would be more likely to subject you and other people objectionable or dangerous material, okay? And because you're objectionable to this material, because of this, you might want to limit how much you use certain kinds of media. Movies are easy to choose because of their ratings, but TV might be harder to control. Limit the channels you receive and make sure to do your research on a show before deciding if it is the right for you and your family. Internet is the hardest of all to regulate, so make use of a censor or significantly limit how much your family uses the internet and where that internet usage happens. For example, did you know that YouTube has a content filter that can help you protect your family and yourself from adult content on that site? Scroll to the bottom of any YouTube page and you will see a button that says safety off. Click on that and YouTube will be instantly safer. Spend recreational time in a space with your family rather than alone. Move any computers in your home into family spaces and keep an open door policy for any private rooms where computers will be staying. This open policy will help keep all family members, you included, honest and allow them to better control urges and bad habits. So, for example, move your computer from your bedroom and into a corner of the sitting room. Adjust where you spend your time in public. Certain public spaces may be more prone to displaying offensive material in readily visible places. For every area, this will be different, but if you find that you are exposed to the materials while out in public, it might be a good idea to think about how you can change where your time is spent. For example, downtown areas and city outskirts are known for attracting more objectionable material than other parts of cities. If you know you tend to see this problematic material while driving or walking to work, school, for example, try changing your route. Avoid negative reinforcement and physical punishment. We will often hear the advice to snap a rubber band at our wrist when trying to stop our own bad habits. Or that we should physically punish our kids if they do not stay away from material we find objectionable. But at least when it comes to watching pornography, you are going to want to stay away from these practices. They work. They work because they cause the person being punished to associate pain, discomfort, shame, and humiliation with whatever they are being punished for. When these feelings are applied to sex, however, they create unhealthy feelings and may even prevent the person from having normal sexual interaction in the future. Avoid negative reinforcement for any kind of sexual practice as much as possible. Create positive reinforcement. Whether you are trying to keep yourself away from pornography or you're trying to help your family, using positive methods will be much more effective at creating the behaviors you want to see. For example, reward yourself for not opening porn sites or watching movies containing pornography scenes. Evaluate the problem. It is also important to really understand the problem that you're having. Sometimes viewing pornography might not be as bad as you think it is. You should look at your situation from an outsider perspective and really decide if you want to go to really great length to control the situation. If you are worried, for example, that you are just seeing objectionable material through no fault of your own and what that could mean for your religious life, talk to a spiritual advisor. Many religions teach that transgressions which are out of our control are not our fault. Replace the bad habit with a good one. For most people that look at a lot of porn, the impulse is simply a habit. One of the best ways to overcome a bad habit is to replace it with a good habit. You need to give yourself something else to do when you would normally be looking at porn. What that is will depend on who you are, but you can try. Exercising. When you reach the time of the day when you normally start looking at porn, go out and get some exercise instead. Go for a jog around your block or do some jumping jacks. You can even do some involved, or you can even do some more involved but fun exercises like going swimming at your local pool, cleaning your home. You'll probably know the best things to clean: dishes, laundry, etc. But do not forget about all the cleaning that all of people forget about, like cleaning around the toilet and scrubbing the bathtub. Get too busy for porn. Pornography is easy to fall back on if you have got a lot of free time. By keeping your day booked solid, you'll easily be able to keep yourself away from porn because you have too much other stuff to do. If you want to try something away from the computer so that you are not tempted, there are many activities than keeping your head bowed down to a smartphone and a computer the whole day, a week, month, and a year. Become a writer like me, or else put your talent to a daily practice. That's all. Real life testimonies. Pornography ruined my life, but I have finally broken the addiction after much suffering. The repentance process will be long and hard, but pray sincerely every day for the Lord's help during this trial. Never think that you are unworthy to repent, as the atonement is for everyone. Also remember that each time you are tempted, Satan is trying to bring you down into sin, but it will always be your choice to either give in or ignore the temptation. Never give up on yourself or the Lord, as will give you no trial that you cannot bear. A young woman from Victoria, Australia. I was trapped by pornography for a long time. It was only with my parents' support and my bishop's help that I finally broke free, reduced internet privileges, or a few weeks of not taking the sacrament is a small price to pay for the joy of being clean. Professional counselors can also help and will not judge you. They are also a tool the Lord has given us. A young woman from California, USA. NATUKWASA LINDON quotes, "Winners control their own destiny. Losers leave everything to their fate." Chapter 5. Prayer and Discipline. It has been rightly said, the secret of all failure is our failure in sacred prayer. Not just our failure to pray, but our failure in prayer. In the story of the Pharisee and the publican, and the Pharisee is the one who prayed long and often, but he was a miserable failure. His prayers were never heard by God because neither he nor his prayers were ever right with God. I think it was Oswald Smith who said, "When we work, we work. When we pray, God works." Throughout history, the men and women that God has used mightily have been people who knew how to pray and for whom prayer was both a priority and a necessity. As we study the Gospels and the training of the disciples by the Lord, we find that prayer is to be a vital part of a disciple's life. One aspect of our prayer should involve asking the Father to help us know His will about the issues for which we are praying in our daily lives and life goals. Another aspect involves giving thanks to the Father for answering according to His will. In the meantime, our prayer should be that God would enable us to rest in Him and to grow and learn from what He is doing. I mean, we must make sure that we do everything and dedicate our lives to our Lord's understanding than leaning on our own understanding, where we have made very many mistakes in life. The threat of indecent dressing in the youth, schools and universities. Good dressing is good business. It will elicit respect from your fellow students, friends, teachers, and most importantly, it will save you the hazards of being a target for rape. For most rape victims are bad dressers. Indecent dressing is a social desperate condition that cuts across many countries of the world. Indecent dressing is the deliberate exposure of one's body to the public. This habit is embraced by all ages in the society, but it is prevalent among youth. In today's Uganda, Africa, and some countries across the world, overexposure to foreign culture through modern-day channels of mass communication like satellite broadcast, internet, and unregulated pirated videos, especially musical videos, have taken their toll on the moral rectitude of our youth, especially girls. Dresses are meant to stage as a stage costumes for musicians, and actresses are interpreted in the wrong way by our easily deceived youth as everyday wearers. The concept of dressing from the biblical point of view started from the Garden of Eden, where Adam and Eve used leaves to cover their nakedness. Right from then, dressing became part of humankind. The Quran also captures it right when it says, "Tell the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their modesty." From the above, it clearly shows that both Christianity and Islam preach against indecent dressing. Indecent dressing is dressing in a way that is likely to shock or offend people. What may offend people? It added parts of the body, usually sexual organs, which normally should be covered. For girls, these are breasts, thighs, and buttocks. As a teenager, you must be cautious of the kind of dress of clothes you put on. Your dress can show if you are responsible or irresponsible, serious-minded or unserious. Dressing in a manner that parents, society, and religion frown, it is not civilization. Do you observe that many children have gone insane and very stupid, all in the name of dressing? It becomes imperative at this juncture to ask, why do ladies dress indecently? Indecent dressing has been closely associated with poor parenting, peer pressure, wrong use of internet, fading moral values, as well as demonic influences, among others. While writing this chapter, I went around to seeking students' opinions on why ladies dress indecently on campus and got these responses. Opolot, a postgraduate student of Makerere University, reacted thus: because some women want to seduce men and some men only love ladies that seduce. Tsemanda, a student at of St. Lawrence University, Rubaga, say they do not have regards for their parents and they really do not have privacy. The response of Sarah, also of Makerere University, is not different from others. To her, they are from indecent homes and at the same time want more publicity. To the society, this threat is gradually becoming a norm, and the etiquette that African society is known for gradually becoming a thing of the past. African culture is being eroded by indecent dressing. Culturally, a country is advancing when the citizens honor their own culture. But the reverse is the case in our society today. Among the females, these type of dressing include miniskirt, bumper short, leggings, see-through blouses and skirts, armless, showback, popularly known as spaghetti tops, etc. I was relaxing outside the hostel one evening when a young lady came passing by wearing a bomber shorts and armless, and I heard a young man say, "You look sexy." The fact is, most young men will be cheering such girls, but will never pray to have them as a wife or sister. This is the same thing to me. I cannot allow my sister who try to approach a lady for marriage who looks ill with such indecent dress codes. The consequences of this habit are glaring. It debates womanhood, it speaks evil of the society where it obtains. Irresponsible and disciplined and godly and greedy men are attracted and earn young girls rape. The negative consequences of indecent dressing have also been identified to include rape, prostitution, HIV/AIDS, and other venereal diseases, infections, as well as armed robbery and poor academic performance in the schools. One needs more than a gift of discernment to distinguish and differentiate a prostitute from a lady in provocative ways. Like the old will always say, girls in decent attire are less likely to misbehave. This is very true to an extent. To curb menace of indecent dressing, parents are urged to be good models in morals to their children. Give them attention and regulate the type of films they watch at homes. The mass media must promote good moral values, while the religious leaders must preach against it, counsel and deliver those under demonic influences. The introduction of school or university dress codes can also help. These are necessary if decency must be achieved. Conquering and preventing the spread of HIV/AIDS in schools, acquired immune deficiency syndrome. By the time young people complete high school, almost 2/3 have had sex. Nearly 40% of sexually active students did not use a condom the last time they had sex, and 1 in 5 drank alcohol or took drugs before their last sexual intercourse. Such risky sexual behaviors can have serious health consequences to students. Approximately 18% of all new HIV diagnoses are among young people aged 13 to 24 years. Teens and young adults have the highest rates of sexually transmitted diseases, STDs, of any age group. 4 in 10 young women become pregnant before they reach the age of 20. These are more adolescents below 30 years in Uganda than the adult population. Of these, 91% attend a public or private school for at least 10 hours a day during the most critical years of their social, physical, and intellectual development. The school environment is also a key setting in which students' behaviors and ideas are shaped. Just as schools are critical to preparing students academically and socially, they are also vital partners in helping young people take responsibility for their health and adopt health-enhancing attitudes and behaviors that can last a lifetime. Since the first cases of acquired immunodeficiency syndrome (AIDS) were reported in the United States in 1981, the human immunodeficiency virus (HIV) that causes AIDS and other HIV-related diseases has precipitated an epidemic unprecedented in modern history, because the virus is transmitted almost exclusively by behavior that individuals can modify. Educational programs to influence relevant behavior can be effective in preventing the spread of HIV. I have put down some guidelines to help school personnel, students, and others plan, implement, and evaluate educational efforts to prevent unnecessary morbidity and mortality associated with AIDS and other HIV-related illnesses in students. The nation's public and private schools have the capacity and responsibility to help assure that young people understand the nature of the AIDS epidemic and the specific actions they can take to prevent HIV infection, especially during their adolescence and young adulthood. The specific scope and content of AIDS education in schools should be locally determined and should be consistent with parental and community values. Because AIDS is a fatal disease and because educating young people about becoming infected through sexual contact can be controversial, school systems should obtain broad community participation to ensure that school health education policies and programs to prevent the spread of AIDS are locally determined and are consistent with community values. The development of school district policies on AIDS education can be an important first step in developing an AIDS education program. In each community, representatives of the school board, parents, school administrators, and faculty, school health services, local medical societies, the local health department, students, minority groups, religious organizations, and other relevant organizations can be involved in developing policies for school health education to prevent the spread of AIDS. The process of policy development can enable these representatives to resolve various perspectives and opinions, to establish a commitment for implementing and maintaining AIDS education programs, and to establish standards for AIDS education program activities and materials. Many communities already have school health councils that include representatives from the aforementioned groups. Such councils facilitate the development of a broad base of community expertise and input, and they enhance the coordination of various activities within the comprehensive school healthy program. AIDS education programs should be developed to address the needs and the developmental levels of students and of school-age youth who do not attend school, and address specific needs of minorities. persons for whom English is not the primary language, and the persons with visual or hearing impairments or other learning disabilities. Plans for addressing students' questions or concerns about AIDS at the early elementary grades, as well as for providing effective school health education about AIDS at each grade, from late baby classes in school through junior high school, senior high school, including educational materials to be used, should be reviewed by representatives of the school board, appropriate school administrators, teachers, and parents before being implemented. The principal purpose of education about AIDS is to prevent HIV infection. The content of AIDS education should be developed with the active involvement of parents and should address the broad range of behavior exhibited by young people. Educational programs should assure that young people acquire the knowledge and skills they will need to adopt and maintain types of behavior that virtually eliminate their risk of becoming infected. School systems should make programs available that will enable and encourage young people who have not engaged in sexual intercourse and who have not used illicit drugs to continue to abstain from sexual intercourse until they are ready to establish a mutually monogamous relationship within the context of marriage. Refrain from using or injecting illicit drugs. For young people who have engaged in sexual intercourse or who have injected illicit drugs, school programs should enable and encourage them to stop engaging in sexual intercourse until they are ready to establish a mutually monogamous relationship within the context of marriage. To stop using or injecting illicit drugs. Despite all efforts, some young people may remain unwilling to adopt behavior that would virtually admit the risk of being infected. Therefore, school systems, in consultation with parents and health officials, should provide AIDS education programs that address preventive types of behavior that should be practiced by persons with an increased risk of acquiring HIV infection. These include avoiding sexual intercourse with anyone who is known to be infected, who is at risk of being infected, or whose HIV infection status is not known. Using a latex condom with spermicide if they engage in sexual intercourse. Seeking treatment if addicted to illicit drugs, not sharing needles or other injection equipment. Seeking HIV counseling and testing if HIV infection is suspected. State and local education and health agencies should work together to assess the prevalence of these types of risky behavior and their determinants over time. Although information about the biology of AIDS virus, the signs and symptoms of AIDS, and the social and economic costs of the epidemic might be of interest, such information is not the essential knowledge that students must acquire in order to prevent becoming infected with HIV. Similarly, a single film, a lecture, or school assembly about AIDS will not be sufficient to assure that students develop the complex understanding and skills they will need to avoid becoming infected. Schools should assure that students receive at least the essential information about AIDS as summarized in sequence in the following pages for each of the 3 grade level ranges. The exact grades at which students receive this essential information should be determined locally in accord with community and parental values, thus may vary from community to community, because essential information for students at higher grades requires an understanding of information essential for students at lower grades. Secondary school personnel will need to assure that students understand basic concepts before teaching more advanced information. Schools simultaneously should assure that students have opportunities to learn about emotional, and social factors that influence types of behavior associated with HIV transmission. AIDS is a disease that is causing some adults to get very sick, but it does not commonly affect children. AIDS is very hard to get. You cannot get it just by being near or touching someone who has it. Scientists all over the world are working hard to find a way to stop people from getting AIDS and to cure those who have it. I usually cry whenever I see orphans under AIDS affect, by the way. Yeah. The virus that causes AIDS and other health problems is called human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV. The risk of becoming infected with HIV can be virtually eliminated by not engaging in sexual activities or by not using illegal intravenous drugs. Sexual transmission of HIV is not a threat to those uninfected individuals who engage in a mutually monogamous sexual relations. HIV may be transmitted in any of the following ways: A. By sexual contact with an infected person: penis, vagina, penis, rectum, mouth, vagina, mouth, penis, mouth, rectum, by using needles or other injection equipment that an infected person has used. From an infected mother to her infant before or during birth. A small number of doctors, nurses, and other medical personnel have been infected when they were directly exposed to infected blood. The following are at increased risk of having the virus that causes AIDS and consequently of being infectious: persons with clinical or laboratory evidence of infection. B. Males who have had sexual intercourse with other males. Persons who have injected illegal drugs. Persons who have had numerous sexual partners, including male or female prostitutes. Persons who received blood clothing products. Sex partners of infected persons or persons at increased risk. Infant born to infected mothers. So the risk of becoming infected is increased by having a sexual partner who is at the increased risk of having contracted AIDS virus or identified previously. Practicing sexual behavior that results in exchange of body fluids, e.g. semen, vaginal secretions, blood, and using anesthetic needles or paraphernalia to inject drugs. Although no transmission from deep open mouth French kissing has been documented, such kissing theoretically could transmit HIV from an infected to an infected person through direct exposure of mucous membranes to infected blood or saliva. In the past, medical use of blood, such as transfusing blood, treating hemophiliacs with blood clotting products, has caused some people to become infected with HIV. Schools should allocate sufficient personnel, time, and resources to assure that policies and programs are developed and implemented with appropriate community involvement. Curricula, are well planned and sequential. Teachers are well trained and up to date. Teaching methods and materials about AIDS are available. In addition, it is crucial that sufficient classroom time be provided at each grade level to ensure that students acquire essential knowledge appropriate for that grade level and have time to ask questions and discuss issues raised by the information presented. Chapter 6, on being a focused student with a bright future. Keep a journal. In our continuing search for knowledge and understanding, there is another major discipline that will help us capture the information around us so that our future will be better than the past. Keeping a personal journal. A journal is a gathering place for all our observations and discoveries about life. It is our own handwritten transcript, narrated in our own words, which capture the experiences, ideas, desires, and conclusions about the people and events that have touched our lives. I mean, a notebook. I have had many notebooks. I have succeeded today in different fields of life because of tracking my daily life journey. A journal provides us with two remarkable benefits. First, it allows us to capture all aspects of the present moment for future review. The events that take place in our lives, experiences that we live and learn from, should not just happen. They should be captured so that their lessons can be invested in the future. The past, when properly documented, is one of the best guides for making good decisions today that will lead to a better tomorrow. While it is true that every event is recorded in the brain, we cannot always access the specifics surrounding those events at will. Often the details can become blurred or distorted over time. We may remember the outcome, but we may have forgotten the exact sequence of events or the decisions that were made. Without accurate information to enhance our recall of the past, we run the risk of repeating many of the same errors over and over again. Read all the books. Did you know that this world is ruled by dead men? People who put their ideas in books, they are no longer alive, but we are still reading their books and doing research from their books. Let me tell you, all of the books that we will ever need to make us as rich, as healthy, as happy, as powerful, as sophisticated, and as successful as we want to behave have already been written. I've read over 50 books and I have all the necessary knowledge to survive in each and every day life than walk all the way pressed and confused. Many people have only the knowledge they learned in 4 subjects primary school, 10 subjects O level, and 4 subjects in the A level, and maybe his or her course at university. The material you have filled in your head is the only one that is driving many to search for jobs in offices as they can, because it is all they know. Read books to develop your creativity, dream, and talents, how to run various businesses other than just a mere job. Why will you allow yourself to live in scarcity of knowledge when books full of wisdom are in abundance? Please, readers are achievers. Read, read, read. People from all walks of life, people with some of the most incredible life experiences, people that have gone from little shillings of coins to fortune and from failure to success, have taken the time to write down their experiences so that we might share in the wealth of knowledge. I started my faith-based organization, Power Seminars Uganda International. Started with a little as 500 Uganda shillings. I'm now growing every day toward billions. So they have offered their wisdom and experience so that we can be inspired by it and instructed by it, and so that we can amend our philosophy by it. Their contributions enable us to reset our sail based upon their experiences. They have handed us the gift of their insights so that we can change our plans. If need be, in order to avoid their errors, we can rearrange our lives based on their wise advice. For example, reading many people's books has helped me nourish my writing and motivational speaking skills. All of their insights that we might ever need have already been captured by all others in books. The important question is this: in the last 90 days, with this treasure of information that could change our lives, our fortunes, our relationships, our health, our children, and our careers for the better, how many books have we read? Become a good observer. We must never allow a day to pass without finding the answers to a list of important questions such as: what is going on in our industry? What new challenges are currently facing our government, our community, our neighborhood? What are the new breakthroughs, the new opportunities, the new tools and techniques that have recently come to light? Who are the new personalities that are influencing world and the local opinion? We must become good observers and astute evaluators of all that is going on around us. All events affect us, and what affects us leaves an imprint on what we will one day be and how we will one day live. One of the major reasons why people are not doing well is because they keep trying to get through the day. A more worthy challenge is to try to get from the day. We must become sensitive enough to observe and ponder what is happening around us. Be alert, be awake. Let life and all of its subtle messages touch us. Often the most extraordinary opportunities are hidden among the seemingly insignificant events of life. If we do not pay attention to these events, we can easily miss the opportunities. Become a good listener. It is challenging today to be a good listener. There are so many voices that want our attention, each with its own special message and each with its own special appeal. One of the best ways to deal with this important challenge is to develop the skill of selective listening. Selective listening is like tuning a radio and find the station that most appeals to us. As we turn the dial, we listen for a second or two and then either keep searching or stop dialing. Depending on what we have just heard, whenever a voice calls out for our attention, we must pause for a while to ponder the message. If the message is shallow or ignorant, we must discipline ourselves to move on. We must touch the scan, switch and move on to the next voice so that the ignorant and shallow message does not affect us. My friend, did you know that what you listen affects what you think? I always teach people that they have to be responsible for their thoughts, so they have to learn to control them. It may not be easy, but it can be done. First of all, if we do not want to think certain things, we do not say them. We do not have to eat everything we see, and we do not have to say everything we think. So we begin by watching our words and speaking with good purpose only. Examining our current drift. And so it is with our lives. We are all drifting in some direction. Even at this very moment, the only thing we can determine with any degree of accuracy is where our current drift may be taking us. The big unknown is whether there are still enough ticks left on our personal clocks to change. For some people, their past deeds have charted a course which threatens to imprison their future, and yet they do not take corrective and immediate action. They allow the drift of neglect to continue unabated. They permit their desire for entertainment to subdue their appetite for education. Rather than searching, they become lost. They are inclined to think that their small mistakes or neglects or errors in judgment don't really matter all that much. They have not yet learned that everything affects everything else, and that their actions of today are forming their consequences of tomorrow. Their careless acts and their wandering thoughts are swallowing up their most precious resource and time. It is because they seemed to have so much time that they allow the individual moments of opportunity to slip unnoticed into an accumulation of empty years. Our philosophy is moving us towards specific future conditions. So is our current attitude, level of activity, and results. Our current lifestyle is either encouraging us to experience new depth of emotional experience or whispering to us to wait until we have it all. Life is not a practice session. The time for practice is over. Practice time was while we were growing up. Practice time was while we were still at home. We are now full participants in the game of life, and our opponent is human mediocrity. In the absence of intense and intelligent human activity, the weeds of failure will move in to destroy the small amount of progress that our efforts have created. We cannot afford to wait for the 2-minute warning. We cannot afford to wait until the last few minutes to discover that our game plan was not working. And we cannot afford to wait until the last few ticks of the clock to become intense about life's opportunities. We must challenge ourselves right now with a new level of thinking and drive ourselves toward a new level of achievement. We must impose upon ourselves a new discipline and develop a new attitude about life that motivates us and inspires us and inspire others. We cannot keep waiting for a foolproof opportunity to come by before we force ourselves to get serious. We must identify our current opportunity and embrace it. We must breathe our talent and our vigor and our new sense of urgency into its existence and discover all that we can do. We cannot allow ourselves to dwell upon the risks in every opportunity. Instead, we must seize the opportunity that is inherent in every risk, knowing that we must sometimes run the risk of going too far in order to discover how far we can really go. We must admit and accept life to touch us. There is a world of difference between going to Kenya and experiencing Kenya. Going is a basic physical activity, experiencing a rich emotional event to experience life. We must let it touch us, and not just the positive experiences. We must also be touched by the sorrows and the sadness, by the losses and the longings. Emotions enrich our lives and create for us a special uniqueness in terms of both who we are and how we live. To live a unique life, we must first become unique individuals by experiencing a broad range of human experiences and emotions. Only when we have experienced the full spectrum of human existence can we begin to design and live a life of substance. All progress begins with an emotion. We do not attract a better life merely by wanting it. We attract it by adopting the emotions that those with the better life possess. If we want to be happy, we begin by thinking and feeling and acting happy. If we want to be wealthy, we begin by thinking and feeling and acting wealthy. Any father who wishes to can capture the attention and appreciation of his family with his present resources. He does not have to wait for the wealth in order to discover and share the happiness. He does not have to wait in order to be unique. He does not have to postpone the experience of happiness and a unique lifestyle, because it is within his present reach. In fact, by practicing what is within his present reach, it will actually extend his reach. He only has to start with where he is and with what he has. He needs only to breathe happiness and uniqueness into his assets of the current moment. We can start right now by offering all that is within our power to share, whether we offer our time, a shoulder to cry on, a word of sincere appreciation, or our undivided attention. If you will just be there and really live that moment, what an experience that could be. We must not let the years and chances and small opportunities for creating moments of joy slip away. If we continue to wait until we have the resources to do the big things before we master the art of experiencing all that life currently has to offer, then we may find that we have to wait too long. Let us begin this very day the process of creating a wealth of experiences and memories that will endure in the hearts of those we love long after we are gone. Addressing unemployment to the youth and students, Bill Clinton quoted, "I do not believe we can repair the basic fabric of society until people who are willing to work have work. Work organizes life, it gives structure and discipline to life." There are 200 million people in Africa between 15 and 24 years of age. This represents about 20% of the population. According to the Population Research Bureau, Africa has the fastest growing and most youthful population in the world. Over 40% of its population is under 15. Africa's high fertility rate is responsible for this. This demographic finding pretends portends challenges and opportunities. The challenges are economic and social. Both are highly connected. As the population expands, jobs must be created. If these jobs are not enough, there will be many young people who are unemployed. According to International Labour Organization, 3 out of 5 unemployed people in Africa are young, and the youth. Effects of youth unemployment. Unemployed youth are therefore readily available for antisocial criminal activities that underestimate the stability of society. An unstable society increases the risk of the market. This scares investors. Unemployed and underemployed youth are more exposed to conflicts and illegal activities. Many of them fall prey to armed and rebel conflicts. All Africa's young people get off to a good start. Stronger job creation mechanisms are grounded in a deliberate strategy for inclusive growth and social development is needed. Addressing the youth unemployment in Africa requires an integrated, holistic approach. Shortcuts will not work, so I advocate for a comprehensive model that caters for rural development and rural-urban migration, preparation of young people for the labor market, and investments in agriculture. The aim of every government should be to create a neighboring environment to promote investments. This includes provision of power, maintaining law and order, and adequate security. The justice system must also be strong to facilitate strong contracts and protect mutual trust. Regional organizations such as ECOWAS must ensure that policy for economic integration is not just on paper, but clearly implemented in real terms across the borders. Minimum standards should be set for products that will cross borders. Free movement of people and goods should be allowed within the limits of regional and international trade treaties. Education culture must be immediately revised to incorporate skills and enterprise development. A special program should be designed for low-skilled youth in vocational centers. Incentives should be provided to SMEs, small medium enterprises, that promote student internships. The current state of youth unemployment in Africa requires shared responsibilities to tackle it. It will take the power of we to solve it. Businesses will thrive in a safe and secure society. Governments can implement developmental programs only in an atmosphere of peace, of security. It is therefore incumbent on the government to work closely with the private sector to promote internships, graduate trainee programs, and community-based projects that create jobs for young people. Social entrepreneurship is a viable tool that can create jobs for many young people. Agriculture is a viable source of investments for young people if it is made attractive. There should be a swift transition from subsistence to commercialized farming. Farm and non-farm activities should be better packaged to make them really attractive. There should also be adequate investment in rural education. This will boost rural opportunities and reduce rural-urban migration and its concomitant challenges. The demographic transition is an opportunity for Africa to compete internationally. The main challenge is to employ the appropriate policies for the region to benefit from this unique opportunity. It is my belief that individuals, organizations, and government will make appropriate decisions to maximize this opportunity. The youth of the region are also becoming better educated. Estimates show that the proportion of 20 to 24-year-olds whose complete secondary education will increase from 42% to 59% over the next 20 years. Consequently, As sub-Saharan Africa's workforce becomes larger and better educated, there is an overwhelming potential for economic growth and development. Countries must take the opportunity to cultivate the capacity of their youth, a valuable resource for their prosperity. Youth unemployment remains a barrier to the region's development. Some of the highest rates on the continent are in Southern Africa, where 51% of young women and 43% of young men are unemployed. This large unemployed population indicates lost potential since communities and nations fail to benefit from what the young people could theoretically contribute. Also, difficulties finding sustaining employment detract from a young person's lifetime productivity and earnings, making it more challenging to escape poverty. Not enough jobs. One of the reasons young people are having trouble finding employment is a limited number of jobs. Between 2000 and 2008, only about a third of the 74 million jobs are created in Africa, where for people ages 15 to 24, this challenge causes young people to settle for less than ideal employment, such as jobs that are low paying, temporary or unsafe, or ones for which they are overqualified. Some enter the informal economy to make ends meet. Others stop looking for jobs altogether. These groups are difficult to measure and are not included in typical unemployment figures. But the number of available jobs for young people is only part of the problem, while improving educational systems are still failing to provide a large proportion of youth with the skills they need to secure a living. Without the ability to attain basic skills or the basic specific ones that match the demands of the labor market, many youth are unable to find employment. What skills are important? Certain types of skills determine whether young people will be able to find work, contribute to local and national economies, and live up to their individual and earning developmental potentials. Foundation skills or basic literacy and numeracy skills developed during primary school that permit people to get jobs that pay enough to meet daily needs. These skills are a prerequisite to further training and skill development, without which the possibilities of attaining gainful employment or participating in entrepreneurial activities are reduced. Transferable skills such as analysis, communication, problem solving, creativity, and leadership, which can be transferred and adapted to different environments. Staying in school helps develop these skills, as do internships or work-based programs. Technical and vocational skills in areas like agriculture, computers, or carpentry can be gained through work placement programs or apprenticeships, but these skills rely on the first two skill sets described above. In many sub-Saharan African countries, at least half of young people ages 15 to 19 lack foundation skills, often because they had never attended school or they dropped out of school before gaining basic literacy or numeracy. In Eastern Africa, that 70% of girls and 32% of boys or lower secondary school age are not attending school. In some countries, however, the situation is dangerous. In Niger, 83% of girls and 74% of boys are not in school. Some leave school to work in low-skilled jobs where the possibility of advancement is limited, and national education systems provide little opportunity to gain these critical skills in the future. Opportunities to develop a specific set of skills that matches the needs of the job market are often limited. Even if young people finish primary school, they do not necessarily progress to secondary school or have the skills needed by employers. Unemployment is simply the state of not having a job. Unemployment or joblessness occurs when people are without work and are actively seeking for one. Africa is deeply affected with the high rate of unemployment, especially among the youth. Africa is now having the most youthful population in the world, with the youth covering close between 60% and 70% of the continent's population. This menace poses great threats to the strength and growth of Africa. Although unemployment is seen manifested all over the world, the case of Africa is very dilapidating, to say the least. Causes of unemployment. Unemployment in Africa is highly caused by the defensive education system. The education systems in Africa do not correspond directly to the economic realities prevailing outside the schools system. Instead of training professionals and people with skills, theory instead of practical is the order of the day. The education system in our countries has failed to respond to the existing intergeneration gap. It simply imparts general and literary education devoid of any practical content. Africa's educational policy merely produces individuals whose services do not reflect the economic trends on the job market. The educational structure, especially the curriculum, does not include industrial skills, hence produces most graduates whose skills are not transferable. The open door policy at the secondary and university level has increased manifold unemployment among the educated and that are fit only for white-collar jobs and not for self-employment. Unemployment in Africa among the youth is again caused due to the lack of vocational guidance and training facilities. As already discussed, our education system is defective as it provides purely academic and bookish knowledge, which is not job-oriented. The need of the hour is that there must be sufficient number of technical training institutions and other job-oriented courses at village level. Most of the students in rural areas remain ignorant of possible venues of employment and choice of occupation. Africa is the only continent with most of its populace living in the rural and semi-urban areas, yet there is less means for self-employment. This is a hurdle because it militates against the generation of more employment opportunities. There exists a high level of inappropriate means for self-employment in rural and semi-urban areas across the continent of Africa. Unlike in the case of developed countries, most of the engineers, technocrats, and other well-qualified persons in Africa do not possess ample means for self-employment. They therefore end up going about in search of paid jobs. Africa is rich with abundant labor, which is a tool needed to be expanded with intensive skills to meet the global labor market standards. Yet Africa is rather placing more emphasis on capital-intensive techniques instead of labor-intensive. Labor is rather available in larger quantities in Africa. Therefore, under these circumstances, countries in Africa should adopt labor-intensive techniques of production. It has been observed that not in industrial sector that there is a large application of capital-intensive techniques, but also in agriculture sector. There is substantial increase of capital than labor. Even in the case of using the capital-intensive technique, individuals are not trained adequately to take up the operation of various machineries in the industries. In the case of Western countries, where capital is an abundant supply, use of automatic machines and other sophisticated equipments are justified, while on our continent, abundant labor results in large number of unemployment. Another cause of unemployment in Africa can also be associated with the negligence of the leaders and their corrupt attitude. They imbibe the culture of power retention and money embezzlement. The funds needed for the development of a sector would be diverted for personal use. With this trend, there is no way forward and will remain underdeveloped. Effects of unemployment. Unemployment poses various effects which impedes against our economic development in Africa. Unemployment leads to loss of human resources. People with adequate skills and competence are rather left unutilized due to the problem of unemployment. Individuals' talents and skills are untapped and left unutilized. This indeed is a great loss, and from there you find out that to Africa such skills could have been utilized to foster growth on the continent. High rate of unemployment leads to increase in poverty. Unemployment deprives a man of all sources of income. As a result, he grows poor. This is highly seen manifested across the continent. Most Africans, due to poverty arising out of unemployment, cannot satisfy the basic necessity of life. Most Africans live in the streets across the capital cities because of their inability to afford a decent accommodation. Unemployment again leads to the breeding of social problems. Unemployment breeds many social problems comprising of dishonesty, gambling, bribery, theft, etc. Prolonged unemployment usually results in some form of social pathology as reflected by an increased crime rate and violent agitators. It breeds discontent against the state, and any slight provocative issue or incident may trigger violent demonstrations and social unrest, which may result in loss of life and damage to property. As a result of unemployment, social security is jeopardized. Most electoral violence staged on the continent are being instigated largely by the unemployed youth. So this suffices to say that unemployment is an automatic threat to social, economic, and political security. People are, due to economic hardship arising out of unemployment, indulge in any means possible in order to meet their basic human needs, and most of these means are the very foundations to social disorder and economic instability. Unemployment is without doubt a threat to political instability in Africa. Unemployment gives birth to political instability in a country. Unemployed persons can easily be enticed by antisocial elements. They lose all faith in the democratic values and peaceful means. They consider that government is worthless, which fails to provide them work. Here in Africa, where the dependence ratio on governments is very high, people tend to resort to any means to retaliate to get their issues addressed. Exploitation of labor becomes the order of the day when there is high rate of unemployment. In the state of unemployment, laborers are exploited to the maximum possible extent. Those laborers who get work have to work under adverse conditions of low wages. Individuals are deeply subjected to harsh conditions of services because they are anxiously seeking for employment. Employers therefore take advantage of the situation to get the maximum from people, yet subjecting them to harsh conditions. This is a threat to social and economic justice. Solutions to unemployment. Adequate and conscious efforts should be made to ensure improvements in the education and training provided to young people, with a greater focus on vocational skills and training. People should be trained in the schools to acquire transferable skills, highly meeting the current economic trends. The schools curriculum should be drafted around producing skilled individuals in the technical and vocational field. There should be the provision of more training and education to the unemployed. This could help improve computer skills and communication. These people will become more confident and employable. Faster economic growth is viewed as a means of generating more jobs. Methods of accumulation and dissemination of information on available jobs and workers could be improved. A Swedish model in which job centers have a nationwide integrated database of jobs, employers, and available employees. This type of database could reduce the time spent by an average worker on the unemployment roll and thus reduce the unemployment rate. This method would help to reduce the unemployment rate in Africa. There must be conscious and adequate efforts by governments in Africa to support the struggling industries in order to try to save jobs. A proper supervision and adequate resources should be invested in the industries to support the employment base across the continent. There must be increased resource allocation out of national budgets for employment promotion activities. The government needs to try to create demand in the economy. It could give grants to businesses to produce goods, have projects such as road building, and cut interest rates to encourage spending. Efforts must be intensified to increase productivity and income through the informal sector, and governments should increase their efforts to facilitate greater access of operators in the informal sector to the means of production such as land, capital, and improved management technology and training in order to facilitate the marketing of their products. The world's top 6 reasons why the youth are still unemployed. The power of starting dreams and talents in the youth and students. James chapter 1 verse 22, New International Version says, "Do not merely listen to the word and so deceive yourselves. Do what it says." Number 1, lack of effectiveness. You were important of how effective you were. Many youth today are just seated clicking their smartphones waiting for miracles to happen. If you are not effective, there is no way how people will pick interest in you, who will support you anyway, who will employ you with your negative attitude toward yourself and your tasks. The way you do your things will define who you are and what value you can add to any institution you can work for. You might be overqualified like many people over there, but ineffective. Who will dream that you can improve the required goals of the organization you are dreaming to work for? This is your time. Are you unemployed? Start working on what you can do best. Building your platform is where people will recognize you and employ you by being inspired by your effectiveness, infringed in your potential to carry out different tasks very well. Me personally, I have got many invitations to work on many projects for many companies. Why? This is because I have to fulfill my motivational work effectively and also contribute to others. It is up to you today. It is not a guarantee that we all carry visions. You might be called to work in other institution, which is also a good service. Being effective means the quality of being able to bring results with your efforts. Are you effective? Lack of purpose and beliefs. I will give you an example of a pen. A pen was manufactured to write words on a paper. Therefore, it translates what you think to a paper sheet so that someone else can read and understand what you mean. It is the same style with you. We were created to write impact in this world as our purpose. Are you writing anything in this world? For example, I am a writer and a good speaker who have inspired over 10,000 of lives and still extending worldwide. I'm writing what God expects me to do on earth. That is, I use my talents of writing and speaking to fulfill my purpose of inspiring lives. Discovering your purpose is to connect to your natural passions, interests, and skills to start a life of purpose. This involves connecting to who you are and what makes you happy as you impact the world. Am I unemployed? Of course not. I'm self-employed and happy making a world impact. Do you have a purpose? Your purpose automatically employs you regardless of the qualifications you carry, regardless of your age, regardless of your background. Your purpose elevates you in no minute. Take a look. There are young kids in the United States of America, just below 15 years. Will Smith and Jordan Smith, they're millionaires now because they have dominated in the entertainment industry. What are you waiting for? Most of us young people have purpose and what we can put to work to become successful. but we are waiting to fast reach 25 years. Start today. On belief, if you have strong beliefs, you stand any challenges and keep moving forward. Me as a person, I believe in God. I believe in His Son, Jesus Christ. I know that I keep in God's presence and anointing over my head. I will always have provision, guidance, strength, achieve anything with my unshaken faith. You see, many youth are just there without any belief and only believe in people who always discourage them, leading them to poor directions. I do not care which religion you are in, whether you are a Muslim or Catholic. Believe in what they teach, you to keep your spirit alive and inspired with the powerful words of the Bible, the Quran, and other spiritual books. You will never fail to achieve your dream and visions. Number 3, lack of goals. Brian Tracy, a great public speaker from United States of America, who has been my online mentor for a long time, says that goals allow you to control the direction of change in your favor. Have you seen this? Goals allow you control the direction of change. Wow, I'm sure that most people live aimless lives without expecting any change because they do not know where they're going. Let me tell you something. Even if you are the gold medalist in heavyweight lifting, you will never push a car without an engine for it to cover as many kilometers as you want. So with goals, you are your own engine. Goals trigger your potential to achieve the results you desire. Desire means having that fire, burning passion inside of you to reach and earn something of great value and attaining great rewards of life. Today, many youth live according to how the environment treats them. If they find themselves boozing and taking lots of alcohol, that's all they are going to do because they are frustrated and stressed because they do not have anything to do. Goals define why you live and help you benefit from the value of your time and work. With goals, you become more fixed and have tasks that will bring money and impact to your life. With undoubted commitment, you will never think of unemployment. Do you want to be successful and reach beyond the level of people you always admire? Setting goals should be your habit. I advise you to commit yourself to my book titled 7 Days of Goal Setting, also available on YouTube. Lack of dreams and talents. A dream is a seed to a talent. Therefore, if you do not have a dream, your talents are either less of existing in you or do not exist. Many youth are very good at many things. Talk of singing, writing, playing football, acting movies. To your surprise, many are killed by the negative words they hear from people that they will never make it anywhere. If you are that kind of a person I am talking about, think twice. Allow me to reveal to you something. 5 to 10 years from now, you will be swimming in regrets why you neglected carrying out those dreams. There is a price to pay for your dream and talent to come true. It is not that many youth lack dreams and talents. Most of them have failed to discover themselves. They only do what other people tell them they can do better. Have you ever trusted yourself that you can make a greater impact by doing things that can make you happy as you do them for other people? You may succeed or not if other people do not believe in you, but you will never be successful if you do not believe in yourself. Do you have what you love? Doing? Do not hesitate. Start exploiting your goals today. The first time I told my closer people that I was entering publishing books, they all discouraged me. Did I stop? Have I not written books today? Am I not adding a great impact to the society? Was I wrong? You must take risks to achieve whatever you need as long as your risks are not negative. My fellow youth, you should be brave enough to move forward always because nothing substitutes experience. Number 5, no productiveness and results. If you plant a mango tree in your compound, it does not produce fruits for many years. You cut it down, right? Why is it that many youth today are all in drugs and alcohol and sex. This is because they have failed to be productive, living life without results, and they have decided to cut themselves down. If I used to come around telling you that I am a writer, that I'm a good motivational speaker, but first of all, you have never seen my any of my seminars online, you have never attended one of my seminars or came across none of my books, would you believe in me? Of course not. I would be just a mere bragger. If you are productive, then automatically you are employed. How productive are you today? Are you volunteering somewhere? Do you sing well? If so, do you have recorded CDs where you can entertain people and make money? I am a writer. I have produced books and I'm making money. The game is just simple. Focus on your results, but not just what is preventing you from earning the results you want from your life. From today, look for all ways to be productive in whatever you do. Life is simpler, but we are the ones who try, who make it hard. Number 6. Time waste and misuse of resources. If you cannot manage time, you cannot manage money. This statement always triggers me to work and get all the value for my time. If you think you are here on earth forever, you are lost. You see, there are people that do not mind whether they are on time or not. The first time I came to office to confirm my placement to work in Global Business Labs at Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda, me and my friend Brian, we were 1 hour late, yet we had promised to be in time the previous day. The person whom we found in the office threatened to chase us, and we first had to bargain with him to forgive us, and we had to apologize. It taught me a lesson that has changed the rest of my life in proper managing time. In everything I do, I first consider time. My worst moment is when a person wastes my time. If I put for you an appointment for 8 a.m. and you appear 10 minutes late, whether we are brothers, I just chase you away, because time wasters are life wasters. Have you ever thought of what you will achieve between when you were born and when you will die? It is a lack of wisdom if you do not think about death. Death defines life by washing away what has already been used and preparing a way for new great things. There are 2 important days in our lives: to be born and to know why we are born. Do you know why you were born? A brief review on time. I discovered a principle which I writing a scientific paper about. If you sleep 8 hours per day, you spend a total 4 months a year sleeping. For me, whenever I wake up at 5 a.m., I right away start deducting an hour that goes to determine how many productive hours I'm remaining with in a day. For example, for those who reach in the offices at 9 a.m., I get 24 hours and deduct 9 hours, getting 15 hours. Imagine some people get office and first reply their Facebook messages, they are busy reading newspapers, and by the time they get serious to do work, it's already approaching noontime. When will you be productive? Some activities that can be done during break or lunchtime, they mix it with working hours. I advise you adopt that habit of saving your time. Your life will change. Most people have resources around them. They have computers, they know how to use the internet and know using most of the computer software, but unfortunately they have never thought of how they can monetize their skills. Many youth have financial privileges. They receive large sums of pocket money, whether they are at university or any other level of an institution, but these young energetic people have never thought of how they can maximize their opportunity to invest in their small ideas and talents. Let me tell you, small will always be big. A few years back, I was no one at all. No job, no money, no food, no business, and there was hardly no peace in my life. Later, I have to sit down and think. I could get a small 1,000 transport, 5,000 per day. I had an old Dell laptop. Those are two opportunities I heard. I started saving few shillings for my transport, and sometimes walked by feet to school. With that little money, I would invest in my first motivational seminars. With my old computer, I started writing books. Later, it crashed and I lost everything. But I never gave up. I started again till when I first published my first book. Adopting the habit of maximizing the little I heard has opened many doors for me today, and I'm already a champion. What opportunities and resources do you have today? As I conclude, there are many students who are driven from their hostels to their respective colleges, and everything including food is paid. But you find them living unfocused, reckless lives, and you wonder. I would look at most of my friends who had many privileges with poor performance. Then I was the person who would struggle every night and day, but still I would perform better than them. I'm not trying to be proud, but to advise many youth who have such privileges that it is their first platform to become extra successful. We can cut down unemployment through initiating our dreams and talents to become self-employed. Philosophical NATUKWASA LINDON says a person who knows what he or she wants does not need to be pushed to act. Food for thought to the world youth community. If you want to prosper in life, you must have a purpose and a dream for your life. Have you ever seen a house built in the air? Of course, no. Therefore, you are important because of how effective you live today, your life. Those are my quotes. NATUKWASA LINDON, Ugandan motivational author and speaker. So, my friend, do not die a regretful man. Visualize the dream before you. Do not ever lose the vision. When you lose the vision, you are dead. Where there is no dreams, people perish. Set new goals today. Believe you can reach them. If you visualize defeat, you will be defeated. Visualize ultimate success and you will achieve it. What you see today in yourself is what you will be. Think what will you tell God if you continue in fear of not achieving your dream on your deathbed? How will you think feeling heavy with all the potential and skills which you are denying to put to work today? Visualize the me I see is the me I will be. You can be anything or anyone you want to be if you can learn to believe in yourself. Success all starts with your head, and every person has freedom to choose to be a success or not. The last thing I would like to share with my fellow youth across the world that are still in school and young adults who are becoming more confused in the current economic and social realities. The quote from President John F. Kennedy, "The time to repair the roof is when the sun is shining," is another excellent way to learn wisdom. Wise people plan their life. Proper planning perhaps is more important before you think of success. You must stay in school, because I discovered that the more you are into education is the more you expand your thinking and creativity and self-discovery. I also once hated academics and education at all during my early years in school, but after discovering the gold in education, I spread the message worldwide for education to become part of our culture. You must take it serious from today. You must know that we are tomorrow's generation, and it will not succeed without your success. The ball is in your hands. God bless you so much. Adventure can be an end itself. Self-discovery / mastery is the secret ingredient that fuels daring. Philippians chapter 3 verse 13 or 14 says, "Brothers, I do not consider myself yet to have taken hold of it, but one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining forward what is ahead. I press on towards the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenwards in Christ Jesus." New International Version. Note: do not miss to share this book with your neighbors, friends, and please write to me back on my email address and inform me how your life has been impacted by this book as you listen. Keep following and subscribe to my daily update site, Enriched Daily Salvation Life Messages. Email cedarmotivationals@gmail.com. Website www.authorlindon.com. To book a speaking session or to partner with us, please reach us via telephone +256 752 038341, at Twitter at NATUKWASA, or you can call us via MTN line +256 783 554841. About the author. NATUKWASA LINDON is a motivational author and speaker, international motivational lecturer, life and business coach, entrepreneur, a businessman. He studied Bachelor of Information Systems from Makerere University, Kampala. He is dedicated to facilitate and fuel up excellent performance from individual level, organizational level to global level. He successfully published 2 books, Stick to Your Dreams and Excellent Attitude, in April 2015, adding on more book titles. Having a curious, creative and inquisitive and analytical mind, NATUKWASA LINDON has given a lifetime sacrifice to assist every person get an answer to life's penetrating questions. Why are we alive? What is humankind's purpose and destiny? He believes that every person has a purpose to why God created him. Rediscovering his writing and motivational speaking teaching talents in his second year 2013 while at Makerere University, Kampala, finds it fulfilling using his super talents in changing people's lives. He takes himself as a lively example to inspire and motivate other lives to nurture their gifts and talents, to discover their life purposes, having passed through hard times in his first years at university and later surviving the tragedy of losing it all to the streets of Kampala in drug addiction, alcoholism, and extreme poverty. Across discovering his vision in July 2013, NATUKWASA LINDON has shared his studies with thousands of collegians, high schoolers, and students at university and adults of all ages. He has a belief and a belief that everyone must have a life vision, a dream for this generation to thrive. He's the founder of Cedar Group, Cedar Technologies, Cedar Publishing, and Cedar Transit. Cedar Group has a vision to change lives, fight poverty and unemployment through coaching, training, consultancy, motivational speaking, motivational telebroadcasting, publishing, media, seminars, and workshops. This serves people from private and public institutions such as schools, companies, churches, nations, and communities, etc. NATUKWASA LINDON has past worked with Global Business Labs Uganda, an accelerator business lab based at Makerere University College of Computing and Information Sciences. He worked there as ambassador for 2 years alongside his academics, earning him several awards. NATUKWASA LINDON is from Isinjiro district, southern Uganda, where he was born and raised in 1993. Today, apart from being a full-time writer, NATUKWASA LINDON is ever on speaking tours in schools, universities, institutions, churches, organizations, showing his motivational teachings and experiences to people with their visions and goals, mentoring youth in self-motivation and goal setting. Our mission is to help people to develop their own unique talents, abilities, and passion in order that they may lead more meaningful, joyful, and meaningful lives.